pretty much go through my process of drawing. And it is intended to be a draw-along, though if you don't know or want to draw, that's totally fine, you just want to chill. If you would like to draw and draw with me and learn how to draw a mermaid with me, I would love that. We are today starting with a completely blank canvas. I have not done any pre-sketches, I've done nothing. I have prepared in my head how to talk about how I do things, but bear with me, and if you have any questions, please let me know. This is my first time doing something like this, and I'm really excited. Hello Jackson Corner, hello Haku, hello Five Ways, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. I haven't made it because I'm a D&D Inferno off this channel. That's totally fine, Haku. You are doing D&D, and you should continue to do so. But we have a pretty special, new emote that has been, approved as of today. We have the shush emote. Dan Vimes, oh, thank you so much for hanging out. I'm really, really glad that you are here. I'm really glad that you are here. Welcome to the stream. Yes, we have the shush emote now. So, yay! The thing that we made last Saturday is now a thing. Also, as Xric Arid1, welcome to the stream. I have to make sure that I see that correctly. Hello, welcome to the stream. Leah, Lemon Twist, hi! So, before we get started on learning how to draw this mermaid, I would like to ask you guys what kind of mermaid you would like to draw. There is sort of like the cute, romanticized Ariel style, and then there's like the, oh my gosh, Dan Vimes, thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the brigade. Welcome. Riker is just fine. Riker, sounds good. I'll call you Riker from now on. If I forget, please remind me. I'm really bad with names. So either a cutesy Ariel style mermaid or a more merfolk vibe, if you know what I mean. I'm glad we have that in common, Riker. So yeah, so more of like a merfolk vibe with like gills and like more mer-person-y, or mermaid as in like Ariel vibe type of thing. Those are the two. That's what I'm thinking. First, I'm down to draw the cutesy mermaid. Okay. Cutesy? Cutesy? Alright. But they both sound awesome. Yes, go get some food. Please go get some food. I like folk. There's more folk have really... Oh, Nico! Welcome to the stream! How are you feeling?
Stay home. Save lives.
Okay, so we're getting... I've got 3... Oh, come on.
2. Keep a safe distance. 3. Wash hands.
I know. I'm sorry. Ooh, okay, what's this? Ooh, that is a really cool merfolk design. Well, the basics for both are gonna be about the same, because we still have to draw the body no matter what. I wish for a drawing. I have 2 modders. Yay! But cutified. I mean, don't get me wrong. No matter the kind of design we're gonna do, it's gonna be cute because I just only draw cute things. Because that's just who I am. But so, merfolk. My edition, cute merfolk. Okay, valid. That sucks. Alright, I'll throw some references actually onto my document. So you guys can see what we're working with. Cute merfolk! Hot merfolk incoming, yes! Everyone's hot. Alright, so we're gonna use this design that Nico just posted, because it's really freaking cool. So, hot fish lad. So this is a reference to use. And then I know earlier, here's another reference that's sort of cute merfolky that I think would work really well. Nope. Hey, come on. Open link. There we go. and then this type of vibe. So we're gonna use these as our two references right now. That was not a typo. Alright, I didn't think it was. Merfolk, I've never drawn a mermaid before. Well, I'm excited to draw. I haven't drawn many mermaids before, so I'm excited to do this. Cause it's a mermaid. I've never done a mermaid drawing before, and I feel like that is a crime. I should have totally done a mermaid drawing before. So this is sort of what we're working with. Just gonna make sure that my music is fine, cause YouTube's been dumb recently. There we go. Alright, fixing my music, but there's an ad. YouTube, stop having so many ads! There we go. Alright. You guys ready? You guys are ready? Also, this, if you guys have any questions, any thing you want to say, pretty much anything, please continue to chat or ask me, or if you want clarifications on anything, please let me know, because I don't really know what I'm doing, because this is my first time doing it, and I want to help you guys as much as I possibly can, because I'm so excited. I'm so excited, guys. But before we get into it, how's your guys' day been? How's your guys' weekend been? Mine's been pretty great. Have a whole bunch of Jolly Ranchers by my side that I won't be eating on stream, because I don't want you guys to hear my mouth noises, but I had some earlier. Not the greatest. Well, hopefully I can make it better, and I'm glad yours is pretty good, Leah. So I'm gonna kind of do just some basic. Yay! I'm so glad you're not ill anymore, Mango. That's great. I'm gonna do some basic anatomy type of breakdowns just over these references, sort of like what Babs did in if you've seen any pub draw episodes, sort of like what Babs does is like breaking it down with the references. These are like obviously like exaggerated and stuff, but they all have the same basic proportions and things. So for those of you, the body is kind of, everything is pretty much broken down into shapes. If you've heard anything about like art in general, is everyone's like, hey, Craft Focus, welcome to the stream. It's all broken down into like different types of shapes. Some people will do like well, it depends, but some people will do like a line, like this is usually what I do when I'm drawing mermaids, is sort of like doing a line through the whole thing, to sort of being like, this is sort of like the trajectory I want the body to be going. So it'll like have, so if we get rid of that, that's sort of like the motion of the piece. But everybody is sort of, oh, I'm hoping it improves through two tells. And also welcome to the stream. It's great to have you. Yes, the line of action, if you will. Thank you. Terms. Yes, I hope everyone who isn't feeling good will get better soon. I love you all. Nothing much till I started an Infinite Horizon fan art, but my mate did a 24-hour game-a-thon and raised. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome! Congratulations to your friend, that's great! But yeah, so I think we're gonna go with this more realistic one to show sort of like how the proportions are like broken down, and then into the more cutesy version show kind of like how they're exaggerated and not. So a lot of times when you see me like sketch really fast, you will notice that I like do these like basic shapes like this. A torso is sort of like down. It's sort of a pentagon. It's a torso is a pentagon. At least the top bit of it is the pentagon. This is sort of like the chest area. This is where the neck connects, and then this goes down into the belly button. Kind of like that version. So with the line of action, you follow it, and you kind of how to describe this? This is hard to describe, so hopefully it makes sense while I'm drawing it. But you make a pentagon type of thing, and then towards like to connect the pentagon, these 2 points in the pentagon, you sort of draw a curved arc, and that'll be the chest, whether it's a female or male chest. Everyone sort of has like that chest line. If it is a female chest, you'll add boobs and things, because that is how it works. And those usually, the nipples are usually on that line. And so if, like, just like with this, since it has like a boob, this is sort of where the nipples would be, and so, it takes up that top part of that pentagram, and then creates a clavicle mark, like right here, or like up here, to kind of show like this is where the neck connects. That might not make a lot of sense, but it makes so the neck connects like up top here, and then this is where the head is. So breaking it down into those types of shapes. I'm really bad at explaining. I'm sorry. I've never had to do. Holy. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Amethyst. Oh, it's here. Yes, there's the that's the shush about. We finally got it. I'm very excited that you're excited, Tells. Okay, good. I'm glad it makes sense. I just am worried that, like, I don't have a lot of good technical speak. I'm like, you kind of make the shape. Damn it. So that is sort of like how you do the top bit of the torso. And I also, a lot of times when I'm just like sketching really fast, I also sort of make like the torso in more of like the top of the torso in more of like this shape. I don't know what this shape is called off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I've done geometry, but it has the pentagon within it, and these sides are like sort of where the shoulders will connect. So like sort of a basic, another easy way, and then there's the chest, and then the neck goes here type of version. A lot of times, I will just go into like this sort of skirt shape, which will be like where your belly button connects to your hips. But a lot of times people like in this drawing will also have like a middle version to give it, which is technically correct. A rhombus. Thank you. It won't be it's, I guess this version is not technically correct. It's more of like an anime cutesy version, which is, this one doesn't have that too. It has the two, even though it's cutesy. But this is more of like the anime quick version. This is sort of like a more realistic version to kind of like add that. This is actually where like the stomach is, and then it'll like flare out into the hips. And that is where you connect the leg muscles. So if this was a person, this is where the pelvis hip would be. This would be like the tip of the pelvis, and then down like that. So that's sort of where like the person would be. And then the legs would be connected to the pelvis, and so forth. My sketches get really messy. I'm very sorry. So that's sort of like the shapes that it breaks down into. I'll go over it again. So we've got the pentagon, the middle portion, which just follows the line and sort of does a droop down, and then the flare out that's kind of like a skirt, but is the pelvis area. It also might even help you to understand where the tip of where the pelvis is, if to do this sort of even break it down even further, to do this sort of triangle pelvis version, because pelvises go down. They have that nice sexy line like that. I like that. So yeah, technically this also has this portion, but it's less elongated, whereas this one has an elongated one. And it does kind of help make it seem a bit more realistic, because usually people have this kind of like shows like this is where the ribs end and this is where the pelvis starts and this is like the fleshy bit in the middle. If you want to like feel in your body, that's sort of how it works. Just touch your body a lot, guys. Just like prod it to see where bones meet. But again, with a lot of different types of people, that this middle portion isn't always very large or very fleshy. Like, feel yourself? Yes. Like, touching my torso right now, just my stomach area, I'm very short. Well, not very short. I'm short. I'm only 5'2". So, because of that, I feel like my torso kind of, like, looks honestly more like this version, because my pelvis and my ribs are kind of like, there's not a big line that is a big fleshy line in the middle of it. It just kind of like, there's like a little bit of a cushion there, but I've like definitely like have like felt that like my ribs and my pelvis have like touched before, like scraped before. Not like they're bones, but like if I like lean over like that, it'll like rub up against each other. So it really depends on the kind of body you're going for. But that's sort of generally how torsos work, if that makes any sense. We'll get into the actual mermaid stuff. I was just going over shapes, but the tail is the easiest part of the mermaid. I personally think, because you just follow your pelvis line or your like hip line, and then like gradually make it smaller as you go, and you follow the line of action, as John so helpfully put it, and then by the time you get to like over here, it'll be nice, small, pretty much just a line, and then you will add the tail however you want to. In this one, the tail is sort of like a whale tail, so like, it's a really shitty sketch, but you just kind of make two lines that follow the line of action and get gradually smaller. The tail is the coolest and easiest part, I think, to draw. It might not be the easiest for you. I don't know. But it kind of has that line of action going through it. But the line of action is also extremely important for drawing torsos and perspective, because it'll show you the direction that you want your body facing. So like with this, you can clearly kind of see that this is sort of like the side of the body, and then this portion right here is the side of the body, and this is the front of the body. So you kind of have to think about that in more of a 3D sense, which is kind of difficult. We don't have to super get into that, but just being aware of those types of things, because these shapes are like the bones of your piece, and then the things that we add on to like our secondary sketch is more like the flesh of the piece. So if you can kind of think about it as like creating a person from bones up, if that helps. Maybe it doesn't. It helps me as someone who took a lot of anthropology classes. It helps me, but that might not help you. That's sort of my personal process. And as I said, the boobs kind of, since we're drawing, I don't know. Do you guys want to draw male, female, androgynous? What do you want? What do you want to draw? We don't have to go over boobs if you guys don't want to. Exactly. Exactly, Nico. I also think like a good shorthand tip for like drawing like a chest, if you're or chest or face, having this like this line in like that goes over in like the middle of it really also helps with the perspective, because when you draw like a face, you can draw like the oval, but you don't know where the person is looking. You have to kind of like have the line of action line as well as this, like, middle line, because then it'll kind of, like, show you, oh, this person is looking, like, this direction. Or, if you do it, like, this way, this person is looking down. And that's the same way with the chest. This chest is obviously pointing upwards. So having that, the line like that, really helps to show what the perspective is. Boobs, please? Okay. I'd like to learn how to draw boobs. Great. Boobs are great. We'll do it. Let's do it. That's the reason why people want to draw in the first place, isn't it? You're right. Boobs it is. But mermaids. Alright. Sweet. Great. Boobs. We're doing boobs. I'm just kind of going over it, but yeah. And so, yes. So, boobs. I will go back to this. So, as you can see, these, they, as we said, this kind of like, oops, 1 second. Wrong layer. So it follows the through line, and with this drawing, you can actually kind of see the through line really well, because that's where the scales all go to. Like, the scales all follow the action line, which is super helpful. Boobs are so fun. You're right, Amethyst. They're so fun. I mean, I'm gonna point out the fact that I'm wearing my I'm too shy and bisexual for this shirt today. So, perfect. We're on brand. We're on brand today. But yeah, it shows the line of action really well through this, as well as, like, where the hips are. Like, look at that. Oh, look, you can clearly see those hips. Oh, so good. I'm back from lurking. Welcome back from lurking. But, so, when I'm just gonna make this sort of like, there we go. So when this shape is, so you got the pentagon and you've got this secondary line. That is pretty much, where the nipples will be, no matter if the boobs are very saggy, or, well, maybe not if they're, like, grandma saggy, but, like, if they're saggy or large or small, generally the nipples will be on that perspective line going over the pentagon. Oh, I love that shirt. Thank you, Tells! Boobies. Timing. Today was supposed to be my 10th prize, but it got postponed. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, Amethyst. What is this Reddit making comics yet? But I feel like yeah. I mean, that was me in middle school, let's be real. That's an amazing trade. Thank you, John. Thank you. My friend, Miranda, or Sweet Sweet Breadcrumbs in the chat, bought me this for Christmas. I love it so much. So, the, boobs, right. So this is pretty much where the nipples will be at any given point, and usually, if it's in this perspective, the nipple will be at the, pentagram point over here. That will be where the nipple is, and then this one, it's kind of hard to describe, like, this will, you can make other through lines, kind of like, it's like, how to describe how to do that type of perspective. You kind of have to think about it in 3D, which is kind of annoying. I'll say that the nipple will probably be halfway between the middle point and the edge of the pentagram. So it'll be pretty much in this middle area. Tumblr has left the chat. Exactly. We cannot show nipples. No nipples allowed. But I usually try to think of it in, like, the most striking points of a person, I usually try to draw first, because it'll help me like fill it in from there. So if you have the nipple here, usually the nipple in a boob, so we'll just draw a boob like this. So this is sort of like the shape of a boob. You draw a circle, and then you draw a line, kind of like a nose, but then it's like, because it's a sack of flesh, it sags. They're not pretty. Kind of a teardrop shape, but like facing this direction. And the nipple will, instead of being like dragged down, it's sort of like what perks up the flesh. It'll like, that's what like perks up the flesh, because you have to have like some, because I don't know how to just, anatomy. It'll like, I don't know, it perks up the flesh. Saggy sack of flesh. Hello, F-Day! Welcome to the stream. And then, so like the nipple will kind of be in the middle of this, of like the belly of your tear. The nipple will be in the belly of your tear. So many, this is, gosh. So if you think about it in that way, you could also think about it in that same way on your mermaid or on the person, because it's still like this teardrop shape. Lunar Rift Creations, thank you so much for following. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a good time. They're quite pretty. Well, I agree, but also, you know, gotta tell like it is. So, it's still sort of this, like, teardrop shape, as you can see. But instead of it being on the side perspective, it is in this weird perspective here. So, it'll be this teardrop shape, and there'll be less on the bottom than there is on the top. You can kind of see, like, the circle of the boob here. There's the circle of the boob. But then there's still, the boob will still be a lot larger, because it'll be a teardrop shape, because boobs kind of start, like, right up here on a person. Like, right where the clavicle begins. Like, right where the clavicle is. So, like, right underneath that. We'll continue to get more into that when we're not just looking at a reference image. Just here for coffee, welcome to the stream. Every boob is sacred, every boob is good. Yes, very true. We'll get more into that. So we've gone through the torso bit. We've done a lot of torso bits. I'm just going through the basics before we get into drawing our own, just so we kind of have a knowledge of how this works. The torso is going to be the hardest part. We'll also go over the tail. But the next is the arms and the neck. Those are, I find, personally, the hardest parts of the body, because it's really hard to get the proportions of that correct, especially when you're exaggerating it to be more cute. I've gotten a little bit better at the arms recently, mostly just, like, the shoulder bits, because I've been doing a lot of busts. But the shoulders will connect, pretty much, or, like, the arm muscles will connect pretty much. It'll, like, go off of the, you kind of have to think of it like, because, I don't know, arms are hard. Let me just tell this right now. Arms are hard. They, like, your shoulder muscle, your shoulder joints will, like, be, it's okay, we're just going over basics. We'll draw along. I'll promise we'll do some drawing. I'm just trying to go over basics. Sorry. I learn. It's all hard, but, so, with this person, it's kind of easy to, like, maybe we should just start drawing, and I'll go over other parts. Well, let's do the torso. We worked on the torso, let's do the torso. But also, I'm just gonna go over this real quick. We have the same type of stuff here on this cutesy one. Obviously, the boobs are larger, but we've got this pentagon shape. We've got the middle portion, and then we've got the bottom portion. It's a little bit more exaggerated, as you can see, but the basic shapes are there. And then the neck and the arms that are hard. In this case, the boobs are so much larger, but they do take up most of the top half of the torso, which most boobs should. And this is where the nipples would be, as you can see. Yeah, and then we've got the torso, and it goes like that. Okay. But let's start on our own. We kind of went over the torso shapes, so let's see what we can do together. Sorry, I wanted to go over some basics because I knew that we couldn't hide when drawing a mermaid. You can't really hide it behind clothes, so you kind of have to get the proportions of the body correct. Do it. There'll come a better time. Oh my gosh, you guys. So, well, when it's hard again. It will always be hard. So, let's start with this. So, how I usually start a composition is doing a through line, as I did with the examples that I just showed you. You should post those little anatomy basics are important. Yes, thank you. The second coming. Oh my gosh, just here for coffee. Wow. I will post those anatomy basics later. Hopefully those were helpful. I don't know, I kind of went ham. But, so I usually start with the through line. We're going to start with sort of the cutesy mermaid first. Alright. We're gonna go with a basic shape for it, because I think that's a little easier. It was very fast, but I learned a lot. I'm glad. Well, if you need me to go over it again, I will. If you guys need me to slow down, literally, let me know. So, I think we're gonna go through a through line, and when it comes to composition, you want to take up the entire, you're gonna at least want to try to take up the entire page. So, sure, I'll totally post that. I will cut it and post it on my Twitter. But when you're doing a composition, you kind of want to take up the whole page. So sort of how this one, there's only like a few inches on in the image that this mermaid doesn't take up. So we're gonna do that whole thing. So here's the through line, and it's definitely gonna look a little bit janky, but bear with me. So this is starting from tail up. So she has that type of S shape. So we're gonna follow that S shape. And I'm gonna have to, I'm not gonna do it perfectly the first time either. So don't worry, if you don't like the shape of your S. Don't worry if you don't like the shape of your S. You can always go back and do it or redo it as many times as you want. That's just how things work. Because I'm not going to be perfect. I don't expect you to be. So, we're going to make sort of an S shape. Yeah. And then, as we can see with the S shape over here, her head will be probably about here. Her head will probably be about here. And just this, again, just breaking down the shapes, the head will not be this circular. Her torso, this person does not have a very long neck, but this one has a very long neck, so she's also looking like this direction. We'll deal with that later. So I think we're gonna go, we'll put the neck, and necks, you can usually I've learned this recently, is that drawing your neck shape first is probably a very good idea, because it'll sort of help you figure out what part of the head is looking where, because a head is a circle, and if we're looking at it from the side, like this, It'll have you'll have your big dome case, and then your face. And then your face will go down below your dome case. Your dome case will be about where your jawline starts. Anxiety attack. Oh no. And then your neck is kind of like right there. So, having a neck that's sort of just like chuck is easy enough, because then using that as a baseline, you kind of know where the head is swiveling. Dab. Amethyst, you are lighting up my chat today, and I love it. Applause. So yeah. No, you guys don't worry about I'm okay. Don't worry about it. If you guys are drawing, please chat. If you want to draw, don't worry about chatting. I really appreciate you being here nonetheless. So, how dare you draw along during a draw along? Exactly.
The others don't understand what's coming.
But yeah, so having the neck here, and then her through line is a little bit more arced. We will arc it a little bit more. And then her shoulders are looking sort of that direction. This shoulder is bigger than this shoulder. So I usually do the shoulders as like this line real quick, just to show where it is. You can draw along. Draw it. And then we're gonna go with the pentagon. So the pentagon starts at the neck. The point should be in the middle of the neck. So like, the point of the pentagon should be in the middle of the neck. So we start with that, and since it's pointing this direction, this side is gonna be a little bit more, so like that, rather than, so it's gonna have a little bit more of a curve to it, and then this side is gonna be more like that. We can get there. And then we just make this pentagon. And you've got the beginnings of a torso. I say pentagon too much in this stream. I'm gonna get in such trouble. We'll get to cleaning this up soon. I promise. We're just looking for, also, this stream is going to be full of, like, erasing and, like, redrawing, so make sure when you are drawing, you draw with a light touch. You draw with a light touch. I'm kind of, like, going like this a lot because I'm on digital and I can always change the opacity, but if you're working on pencil and paper, try to have it as a light of as opacity as possible. A light touch as possible. Yeah, we're all on the list. Hello, Ecleon. Oh, you guys. Good tip. Yes. Sorry, I didn't think about that until I realized that I'm drawing super hard. So, and we're gonna do a lot of redrawing. So, make sure you have a light touch. And even though I said that I don't usually do this, I am going to add the fleshy bit. So since the through line, since we have this S shape, we have to make sure that we follow the S shape we can't have the fleshy bit be straight. It has to be curved along with the S shape. But since it is a body, we're going to be curving it sort of in a more directional angle rather than like a curve. We'll get to that. So we're going to, you know, jut it out like this and then have this part be more of a curve. Sort of, you know, to follow that S shape. Aww, that'd be so cute just here for coffee. That'd be very cute. The instructions unclear. Pencil has penetrated the table. That would be very impressive. I would not fault you for that. That'd be very impressive. And then the next part is the most fun part. We kind of are making like, I guess another way to think of it is like a cute like mini skirt, like hoop skirt design. So you're kind of like going, ah, yes, I am making a skirt. Think that while you're drawing. Ah, yes, I'm making a skirt. Yeah. See how I had to like, I drew the line and I had to go back and redo it? Try to make it, again, following that line. Oops. Following the line. So follow the line that you created here and follow the line you created here. Don't go like too overboard. This middle portion will kind of help you create that torso line. Did somebody say pockets? Yeah, I wouldn't dare fault you if you could do that. Oh, that's cute. I've never thought about that. Was it hard? We're adults. Ayo. We'll get to the arms soon. We're just basically drawing the body of the mermaid so far. But I'll wait for you guys to catch up. Who has gotten to the point that I'm at? Skirt? How to draw skirt. Sweating nervously. Okay, you make a rhombus type of shape that kind of looks like this. But follow the jut line that you made from the pentagon and the longer line. So we're making a pentagon. Oops, that's not a pentagon. We're making a pentagon shape that's tilted that way. And then we're making a rectangle that's slightly longer on one side and slightly shorter on the other side. And then we're making a rhombus shape that follows those lines as a skirt. Can't have a disarmed mermaid. No. Eventually the mermaid will be armed. Yes. No, we're gonna make her so beautiful. The tail is gonna be great. The face, the hair, the arms are gonna be stubs. No arms. No arms for this mermaid. No arms needed. Exactly. So does everyone have this? Baby arms. I'll wait for a little bit so you guys can look at it for a little bit. Take a quick drawing break. How are you guys doing? This is my first time doing this. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a little nervous. I've never had to describe how I'm doing something while I'm doing it. I've definitely been thinking about it while I've been drawing recently, but I haven't. Eel mermaid confirmed. Ooh, that'd be fun. Okay, guys. Thank you guys for constantly reaffirming me. Hear me out before you say no. Tentacle. Matt! Matt, come on. Oh, thanks, Amethyst. I really appreciate that. Why does my music always stop? Oh, because there's an ad. I'm a poor baby artist. Please, I'm a poor baby artist. Tentacles would technically be a bit easier. I'll do tentacle arms just for you real quick. Oh, thanks, Oceanic. I really appreciate that. I'll do tentacle arms really quick just for you. So that's what. So this, because like we've got the shoulders. This is where the shoulders would be. We've got that down. They are triangles off the edge of the pentagon to sort of make like this shape. Shoulders. Tentacles arms would be very easy because you're just doing a wiggle. So you're just gonna do a wiggle. Here are some so there's the 2 wiggles. And then you've got the other wiggle. And then you draw circles on the inside portion of those wiggles. And you've got tentacles. Crash course to tentacles. Draw a wiggle. Continue to draw that wiggle. Put circles on the inside. Tentacle. And it's honestly not a bad idea. This is so great. Look at this art. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say Bree has got good technique? Aww. Wouldn't you say that the stream is teaching lots of things? Oh, thanks, Just Here for Coffee. That's exactly what we need here. Just a whole bunch of renditions, parody renditions from The Little Mermaid. But yes, tentacle arms. We'll just leave those for posterity's sake for now. We'll get to the head soon. But now we get to the fun part of the mermaid, which is the tail. So, I did say this is the easiest part for me. If it's not the easiest part for you and you will need a bit more explanation, please let me know. But to draw a tail, pretty much what you do is you take, so you see where these lines are going a certain direction. You just follow those lines, but you make sure you draw those lines around the S that you've already drawn and gradually make them smaller until you get to like a point where they cannot get any smaller, and that is where you draw the end of the tail. Like this. So they make it smaller like that. You again can always adjust it. I thought the fun part was the boobs. You're right, the fun part was the boobs. We'll get to the boobs soon. So, then we'll make the tail. We'll make this kind of tail just because it's the classic mermaid tail. So, it's kind of a heart shape type of, but like with long extensions. So, I'm just gonna remove that so it's clear. So this is the end of our mermaid tail. And it will, from that end, we'll make it to sort of, because the S is still going up like that, we will sort of make it go up like that, but we're gonna flare it out. Sort of like, you're making like a crest or a frill or something. But it'll be a fin. I'm not going to make it perfectly like that because I kind of want to tilt it. So I'm going to take this like through line and I'm going to use that as like the middle point. And that is that middle point is where we're going to and go off the page, I guess, to connect the 2 parts of the fin together. Yes, hydrate! Hydrate! The tentacle toes. We're not bringing back the tentacle toes! And you can flavor these tails however you want. make them curvy, make them straight, however you want. Your mermaid is your mermaid. I believe in your abilities. And you guys can't do this, but if you have made your tail too close to the edge, I'm sure you can work with it, but I am able to move it into the middle. So if you have a Photoshop thing, or are using a digital medium, please, and you went to the edge, make sure to adjust your drawing. You're doing really, I'm sure you're doing amazing, John. I'm sure you're doing amazing. So yeah, and then you've got the tail. And that's sort of like a classic mermaid tail. And then I think, just to make sure that you guys can do that, I think we're gonna move on to the breasticles, as I say. Oh, thanks, Matt, for the, like the scene from Doctor Strange with fingers, but instead of with tentacle. Why must you do this? Why? Yes, everyone, please hydrate. Please do. Fix your postures, unclench your jaws. If you've been hunched over because you've been super into the drawing and you haven't stretched yet, stretch. Just as much as we were practicing, drawing, we're gonna practice good drawing techniques and how to make sure that you're okay. Stretch your shoulders. A lot of people have problems with the wrists. I have problems with my shoulders. So, stretch your shoulders. Stretch your wrists. Do those things. I say as I do, as I have never actually done this very much in my own life. I can try. Don't listen to me, don't do as I do. Breasticle. Thanks. Thanks, Tells. Thanks, Tells. I really appreciate that. It's just a dumb word. I'm sorry, guys. Being very adult about mermaids. I just saw your tweet, Lemon. Love it. Alright. So, as I said before, so here's the pentagon. Fuck. And as I said, we're going to put this line in between this point and this point on this point and this point. Thank you, Matt. On the pentagon. And it's gonna be curved. Don't forget that. You just curve it slightly. I'm gonna make this line just a little bit cleaner because I have a tendency to make things like really messy because I just have too many lines until I find the one that I like. So, I'm gonna clean that up. So booms became chesticles. That's amazing. That is true. We do have a channel in the Discord for putting clips in to be submitted for a channel trailer. Again, probably won't be able to do all of those clips, but if you would like to submit clips for the channel trailer, there is a thing in Discord for that. Yes, so many sketchy lines, so many. But, so this is we're pretty much going to be fully, like, seeing the boobs in this portion. Unlike this, where it's kind of like that and that one, we are kind of going to be seeing the boobs quite a bit. And I'm excited about this. It's going to be a little bit easier to draw the boobs then. So that means that the nipples are probably going to be in the middle of these lines. So I just drew 2 more lines like that, so it's going to be from, you know, equidistant between the middle line and the points of our pentagon. So we're going to put the nipples there, and then we're going to draw that teardrop shape. So we're going to put the teardrop shape, and oh, this is very important. I didn't mention this before. The teardrop shape has to connect to the, at least when you're beginning the boob, it has to connect to the pentagon that you're starting from. So that makes it a little bit easier to draw around. So we've got that teardrop shape. It pretty much takes up this entire area, and this. That wouldn't really make sense. I think the nipple actually will be more there because we are curved slightly. So yeah, the nipple will be more there. There we go. That makes more sense. And then it will kind of meld into the pentagon shape. So we've got nipple and nipple. If it doesn't look perfect, and as Babs says, if it doesn't look perfect or not the way you want it, follow your art heart. Follow it. Do it. See what you can do. Yes, go give Puppo her meds and food. Say hello to Puppo, by the way. I love her. So that's sort of going to be the basics of the boobs. Would you like larger boobs like this, or the kind of boobs that the other mermaid had? I can do both. I think also we're going to just add the belly button. The belly button will just be just put a darker line in between that kind of goes from, pardon me, the pentagon to the fleshy rectangle. Other boobs? Sounds good. So they're only gonna rise a little bit off. That means that they're only gonna rise just a little bit off the chest then. Because yeah, they go up like this. They get pulled upwards. So yeah, it'll only rise just a little bit. You don't have to do too much. This side you will have to rise it just a little bit like I did. So this is the pentagon line, and then just up just a little bit to show sort of like it is. It's there. It'd be more sewn because the woman is more stretched, like saggier. You can make them saggier too. I don't know what you mean by sewn. I don't know that word. This is where the ribs, this is pretty much where the ribs are, and then this is where the pelvis is, pretty much. And then this is the fleshy middle in this drawing. And this, fun fact, I didn't think about this, but this pelvis line is really important in mermaids because that's where the tail connects to the rest of the body. Like, see? The pelvis line connects the tail to the body. It's very important. So add that too. Forgot about you forget about these things. Alright. What should we do next? Should we work on the head or should we work on the arms? This is actually helping me draw a lot too. Because usually when I draw, I just kind of go really fast and I don't really like think about it, and I kind of just, you kind of lose this like these particulars that make it look more natural. And this is really helping. Head, arms. Harder part, which is the arms. Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to make this sort of opacity so we can draw the arms over this without getting too weirded out by these tentacles. Don't do this as a 20-minute tutorial. I see the limb up as long as it's possible. Yes. I'll still leave the tentacles up, don't worry. We're gonna do, I'm doing it over the layer, so. I hope you guys didn't draw the tentacles. But, that was more of just a fun thing for me. But this is for people that are using a digital platform. I'm just adding another layer to do the arms over it, because, for cleanliness sake. So, as you can see here, this person, her arms are, so we've got her pentagon shape, and then the arms kind of go off into this sort of, these extra, like, triangles over here. Magnus, welcome to the stream! These triangles over here. And that's where we're gonna start with these shoulders. So I already have that because we drew the shoulder line to just help kind of get where we're going. So on the edges of your shoulder line, you're going to put these sort of triangles that kind of go off from the bottom of the neck. And that will kind of be where your that's like the basics of where your shoulders are gonna be. Yay! I know you've been here for a while, Jackson's Corner, but I really love seeing the shush emote in chat. I love it. No worries, John. The VOD will be up for a while, so if you need to catch up, please do. The VOD will continue to be a thing for you to use. Alright, right, arms. That's what I was doing. So that's sort of what that's where the shoulders will be. But the hardest part about arms is figuring out how they move. So, like, with this one, it's kind of worked well because they kind of, like, the upper arm is hidden by the torso, but this arm is like this, which doesn't seem like it would be that hard, but like looking at it just by showing, like, by making the motion, it looks super janky. It looks super janky. So even just trust the fact that the arms will look janky as you continue, and then it'll only not look janky at the end, because they will always be janky. So we're gonna continue with this pose, at least as much as we can. So that means that we're going to kind of take the arms into a horizontal direction. So this is, you follow the line of this pentagon right there, and then this will kind of go out in almost a 90-degree, not quite, angle. and that will end. We're kind of making, I guess, sort of a triangle. So this is where this is the direction the arm will go. I guess we're making pretty much an almost exact triangle here. And then the connection point is the bottom of that line and the bottom of this line should be connected, meaning the bottom of this line should go to where the end of the pentagon is, and this line should be able to connect to it. So sort of basically like your elbow is at the base of your like, is where your hip connects, pretty much. Hands and arms. There's too much whelm. Exactly. So that's the one line for the arm, and then we're also, and then again, pushing it up. So again, another triangle. And that, the wrist should pretty much be the top of your shoulder. So I'll actually get rid of this. So the wrist should pretty much be the top of your shoulder. So we're making triangle-like shape, going down like this, and then wrist should pretty much be shoulder height, if that helps. So it's just, this line is the line that our arm is going to take. Now the other one's going to be harder, because it is going down and then out. So similar concept, but less of a cool triangle to do. Do you draw the elbow to wrist? Yeah, I would say draw it approximately the same length. A lot of the times your forearm will look longer than your bicep arm. I forgot what the back of your arm is called. Gosh, I was an anthropology major. I should know these things. But this one is gonna look a little bit longer just based on proportion, because the hand is at the end of it. And there's like wrist in the middle. So this one's gonna look a little bit longer, and then the upper arm. Thank you, Levin. And then the upper arm is going to look a little bit shorter because of the shoulder. So about the same length. It's okay if the forearm is a little bit longer. But yeah, your elbow should definitely be pretty much here. So you're gonna draw a line from your shoulder, like middle shoulder down, and then it's pretty much gonna be on the same plane as this pentagon line. It's okay if it's a little bit longer. Arms, just like every part of the body, nothing is ever perfectly proportional. Like, so many different types of bodies or so many different types of ways. Just like I don't have this great big like middle section to myself. I'm kind of like short and like but some people are like very long torsoed. Some people have really long legs. Some people have really long arms. It just kind of depends. But this is the general rule of how bodies function. General rule. Alright. And then, as we see that, this kind of goes out like pretty much straight. So I guess I made it sort of like that, but I feel we should honor the source material. Yeah, variety of human form is crazy, I tell you. This kind of pretty much goes straight from there. I'm actually going to make this a little bit longer. Because, yeah, I'm just going to make that a little bit longer, and then this is pretty much going to go straight out. And then that's going to be, again, about the same length, and make a pretty much a right angle triangle like that. The hands are going to be very difficult, so I might save those till the end. Because we're going to learn those together. That's very impressive, Tells. Wow. We've made a very tall mermaid, and I'm very here for it. I'm very here for it. I don't know what size pants I wear. I don't pay that much attention. I'm just short. That's all I know. I'm built like Humpty Dumpty. Oh my gosh. Okay, so now we're gonna add sort of like, this is sort of like the skeleton of the arms, and now we're gonna add the flesh of the arms. So I'm again... Okay, I'm again going to just make those a little bit less opacity just to make it easier to comprehend. So... Fleshy bits. Oh, fleshy bits. Okay. So, the best thing about shoulders is that they are, they have a fleshy bit. They have, you know, some flesh, like the top of your bicep. Maybe, I don't know. The top of your bicep is fleshy. And, just like in those things. So you basically, from your shoulder bone, so shoulders kind of go like, they kind of dip down. So you've got the neck, and then the shoulder kind of like dips down and then goes up, and it continues to have that like fleshy exterior until about like until about like there on your arm, on 1/3 of your arm, I guess, of the upper arm, and then it kind of like dips down. Like that. I'll make it a little bit prettier. 1 second. So, Xmas time, yes. So, it dips down, goes like this, in sort of an arc. And then it pretty much dips down, and instead of and then you kind of make a straight line like that, and then cap it off at your elbow part, and then pull it back and do the exact same straight line parallel. And so that would be, what is your arm? And then the hardest part about the arm in this case is connecting it in a way that makes sense to the body. So, making the armpit, basically. Because we have a boob, it actually will hide quite a bit of the armpit, which is so choice for us. So, don't worry too much about the armpit. And also, a lot of people will think that, like, the armpit will be higher up on the body, like, right here where we put the shoulder, like I did at first with this first mark. I'm like, no, that wouldn't make any sense, because then the arm would be too fucking skinny. So the armpit is actually going to be probably a little bit lower and sort of pretty much exactly where the point of your pentagon will look like. That's not really what it is in real life, but that's how it is right now. If it doesn't look like that way on yours, I don't know. How do I... Pretty much about this area on your pentagon. This is why arms are hard, because sometimes they work one way, and then sometimes they work another way, and you're like, why? Yeah. So that's how you kind of draw the upper arm. We'll get to the forearm, which is the harder part, because it's got a weird shape. So just remembering that we've got a boob here. Not all of this arm is going to be visible. So we're going to do what we were doing before. So it's going to dip down, and then we're going to have a nice arc at about 1/3 of the arm, like that. And then we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to go straight. We're going to cap it off there, but because it's going to be sort of hidden by the rest of the body, like there, all you have to do is draw that much. And that's about it. And then, pretty much at that point, you draw your, like, little armpit line. Ooh, that sounds great. So, just to go over that again, I'm actually going to, because, you know, follow your art heart, I'm actually going to make the dip a little bit, the arc a little bit shorter. But yeah.
YouTube Music, the new music streaming app made by YouTube, where you can watch official music videos and listen to official audio from your favorite artists. It's an app built for listening. Listen
But
in the background. And
there we go. So those are the upper arms.
without ads. Get playlists for every
I
vibe.
don't, what is sun tea? It sounds good. I've never had it that I can think of. You've been trying to buy a computer desk for over a week, and I have not been able to find one in stores since I'll be working from home, so I'm assuming I built one. Oh, sweet. That's awesome. Until the stores, yeah. There's a shortage of pretty much anything someone would need in a quarantine time right now. It's iced tea that you brew in the sun. Oh, cool! That sounds awesome. Just put water and tea in the sun and let the sun's heat brew it. That sounds so cool! I had no idea that that existed. That's awesome. That is so freaking cool. Oh my gosh. Alright, and then, now we're going to do the forearms. Bruise it at a slower rate so it has a fuller flavor. That is... I bet. Oh man, that sounds delicious. Now I really want sun tea. Oh man, I'm so jealous, Leah. That sounds awesome. Ooh, cool, okay. Oh, guys, I'm gonna have to try that. That sounds awesome. I'm really proud of this torso so far. Going over the basics for myself was really helpful. Alright, but we're about an hour and 30 minutes in, so we gotta keep going. So, this is gonna be the tricky part. So, a forearm is kind of made up of two different shapes. It's made up of a oval that goes about halfway from the end, like this side of your upper arm, to the middle of the forearm line you made yourself. So it kind of goes like that. So it's sort of a ovular shape. Aww. Look at Bo! Oh my goodness, baby. Hello, baby. And then, so you can kind of see that. So this is like where this is like the oval. This is sort of the oval. I'm a skinny person, so like really badly skinny. So it kind of can't quite see it, but it's ovular. And then you kind of just make it. You kind of just protrude. I don't know what kind of shape that is. It took me a long time to learn how to draw a forearm. It took me a long time to learn how to draw a forearm. But it kind of resembles sort of like that shape. If that helps. This is why I said it was hard, because I'm not entirely sure how to describe a forearm. And this is your elbow. Bullet shaped. A very long bullet. A very, very long bullet shape. Yes. And you just pretty much follow the skeleton line. And then this is going to be where this is the wrist. We'll deal with hands later. As I do on every one of my drawings, we will deal with hands later. Yes, it gets small like the tail, basically. But not like not to a point. Because then the wrist would kind of like be non-existent. About the same size too, really? Huh. And so that's the forearm on this side. And now we're going to do the forearm on this side. The fun thing about forearms is that depending on the position, they change what they look like. Still, I guess, 50 caliber bullet size, but because it's going like this, there's more of a bulge. There's more of a bulge to it because the muscle will have been squished. So, I guess you can kind of start making it kind of look like a, I guess sort of like a very long triangle shape. I guess it honestly technically works. I just found out a new way to do it. Make a long triangle shape. Make sure that you've got the circular, but it'll kind of like bulge up even a little bit more than that. Finish exactly the same thing you did before. Here is your new elbow. Let's go in this sort of direction. Follows the skeleton line. And wow, that was so much easier than I thought it would be. A very long time. Yeah, muscle studies are very important. But there you go, you've got your two forearms. That went faster than I thought it would. I'm discovering new things. It's a cone-shaped. That is a good way to put it. Cone-shaped. Yes. That is a good way to put it. So now they're all, there we go. So you've got your forearms, you've got your boobs, you've got your torso, you've got your tail. Now, we've got to do the head and the hair. This is my favorite portion of this drawing because I'm most practiced in it. It's my favorite portion of this drawing since I'm most practiced in it. But I will still continue to try to go over how faces work a little bit more detailed than I would normally. So, and then we'll get to hands later. Fuck hands. Whatever, hands. Hate them. Hands suck. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm controlling this drawing session. I can do whatever. So, we've got the head. We've got this head circle up here. Oh, I think it's raining. Yes, Miss Brie. Shush the hands. Shush the hands. You got the right idea, Mango. Exactly. So, as you can kind of see with this face, it's sort of... It's got the, like, face shape, and there's, like, the head, and there's the thing. So, it's got the basic face shape, but it's also weirdly proportioned on this neck. So, we've got our neck here. I'll just add a little clavicle. The clavicle should kind of like connect to the shoulders, but that's not super important right now. But just to show kind of proportion. Oh, 2.6K remain. Awesome, Magnus. Yeah, her neck is in a very weird place. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna go from that. So, but we are gonna see to try to make her look. We're going to try to make her look this direction. This direction. So, to do that, we're going to make the head a bit more of an ovular shape, and more of a shape that would, like, actually befit to the torso and shoulders we've got going on here. So, usually the shoulders should be about the head's width apart, if that makes sense. So, like, if you stack 3 heads together, it's not always going to be perfect. People take a lot of liberties with shoulders, so it's not going to be perfect. But shoulders in general should probably be about 3 heads widths apart. So we're going to make, even though the body is angled, instead of drawing the head angled, we're going to try to draw the head straight up and down. So, an oval that is straight up and down. Necks are hard. Necks are very hard. And I just moved my glasses. And then from that, so straight up and down, we're going to take pretty much a straight up and down line and make that our action through line. And then, because we want her to be kind of facing this direction, we're going to move, we're going to angle the pretty much the eye line, maybe a little bit higher. The eye line up like this. So, because she's kind of like looking up like that, we're going to try to look up like that. If that helps. Princess Leia, she was a mermaid. Wait, what? Oh, the cinnamon buns on the side of her head. Yes. Bye, Magnus. I'm sorry that your stream is being weird. Hopefully it clears up soon. Bye. And then, usually what I do for the faces, you've kind of seen me do this on other streams when we do busts and stuff, but I usually start with the ear first, because the ear, weirdly, is like the perfect place to figure out where you should portion the rest of the face. So ears have this really interesting thing where they, if you can see it on mine, so, I mean, this is why glasses work. So, the ear, like, pretty much the tip of the ear is where the eye is. So, like, this is my eyebrow. It's, like, right above the tip of the ear, and then the tip of the ear pretty much goes to my eye level. And then the bottom of the ear goes to my mouth. Bottom of ear goes to my mouth level. So, like, mid-mouth is ear level, and then eye level is... So, it's pretty, like, easy wraparound. Oh, that sucks, Magnus. So, I usually draw an ear first. And usually I try to draw... So, I have this line, so I try to draw an ear where the top and the middle are... like, it's in the middle, so it's kind of, like, equidistant. I usually make ears pretty larger than they should be. That's just stylistic choice. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. But we are going to make this more of, like, a mer person, but just for now, this is what the ear is going to look like. So, the mouth is probably going to be more down here than like that. I guess I'll just say what I did. So, like, if we're doing this fully proportioned, this is sort of what the ear will be. Like that. And so the mouth will be about here, and the eyes will be here. And then the nose will be right here. So, like, right that. And then... And you might not see this ear, but I'll just put in a little lump. Put in a little lump. So that's like the basics of the head. Drawing hacks. Because of the term hack. You funny. But I'm just gonna... We've got pretty much the oval already down, so I'm just gonna make it a bit more, like, square-jawed, but not perfectly square, just a little bit rounded on the edges to sort of, like, show that this is the jawline. And then the head, this is the oval of the face. Now, because it's slightly tilted, we are going to see a little bit of the dome case. I don't know why they have ears, but they do. We're going to add a bit more to the dome case, just to make it so easier for placing hair. So, just add like a little bit right there. And then, because it's slightly tilted, we are going to have to do a brow line. So usually the brow line kind of like goes down, and then it has where the eyebrows are. So usually the eyebrows are about right, like, as I said before, like right above the ears. So there'll be about a brow line right there. So this is sort of where we dip. Just not very much, just a little bit, since it's not fully down. Just a little bit of a dip. Just like a smudge. Just a smidge. And there we've got pretty much a face. You can always flavor it however you want. We'll probably flavor it a little bit more as we continue. We're just getting down the basic shapes of this mermaid. And then after that, we will let's draw the platypus. And then after that, we will do the features and making it a bit more stylized. And then we're going to do the hair. So just like this mermaid, or this mermaid, the hair is like flowing and free and floaty. So we're going to do that, which is going to be kind of hard, but bear with me. So, usually what hair does, it has, as you can see on me, it has a line that it follows. So it goes like, it juts out from the ear. Juts out from the ear. And then it kind of goes up. Follows sort of the curve of the head. And then for some people, it has like a widow's peak. I usually do widow's peak because it kind of like helps to figure out where the part will be on someone's head, or like which way the hair flops. And then because we don't see the full ear on this side, just take the widow's peak and kind of like connect it to the side of this, to like this side of his head, and it's sort of, that's where the hairline will be. Yes, because the boobs are a giveaway to the mammalian nature. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, because, I mean, in A Little Mermaid, the most accurate mermaid movie ever, she is able to breathe on land, she just can't walk. But from this hairline, we're going to just pretty much, what I do for hair is, it's a lot of squiggles. We're going to start with a lot of squiggles. Just be prepared for that. I usually start from the middle squiggle because it helps. So when you're doing it, when they're like floating and like flowing freely, I try to like have the top of the head kind of float up, and then the side of the head to kind of like float to this side, and then this side to kind of float like that. I don't know if that's easy to understand. And like float down, because it's trying to like, it's like, you know how like plastic bags kind of like spread out when they are floating like that? That's what the hair is doing. It's kind of spreading out. I'm gonna sneeze, I think. Pardon me? So yeah, it kind of tries to like flatten out and like float, like what we see here. It curls up like this, and then it kind of like floats into with big pieces. Oh, thanks guys. So we're gonna have it be in those big pieces. So don't worry if it doesn't look perfect right now. Just make it look floaty. And I promise we'll make it look even better soon. But yeah, just making the hair kind of look floaty. But yeah. And with that, we've kind of got the basic shape of the mermaid down. That only took an hour and 44 minutes. Oh my god. Granians having boobs really spoils the race for me and Elder Scrolls. Yeah, I don't know why lizard folk and things that aren't mammals have boobs. It really doesn't make any sense. No worries, F-Day. Thank you for the blessings. So yeah, Hey, Ryan, welcome to the stream. Hi, Shadistro. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? Aww, I heart you too. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. Thank you. But yeah, with that, we've kind of got the basic shape of this mermaid down, which I'm pretty happy with. Is anyone still drawing along with me? I'm not entirely sure. If anyone is. If not, that's totally cool. If you are, I would love to see it. Or how far have you guys gotten? How far have you guys gotten? I want to see it. Or not see it, or I don't know. Tell me about it. Yes, I am. Oh, good. Yay, guys. Oh, thanks, guys. So I guess technically the next step for this will be I think the next step for this is going to be just sort of cleaning up this sketch on my part to make it a little easier for you guys to see. And you guys can clean it up with me if you would like. So I've made everything a lower opacity just so it's easier to clean up. But you can kind of see the basic shapes, and we've got a whole bunch of doodles on the other side. So I'm just gonna go over it. Well, actually no. Let's add the details. Let's add the fun details. I have a local friend who is an artist, has a college degree in design and everything, and they're going to start helping me learn to draw. Oh my gosh! That's so exciting! That is so exciting! Congratulations! You've come to a great stream if you want to learn how to draw. So I usually start with the face because I love faces. So we're going to start with the face when it comes to the details. And you guys can do liberties on what you want the face to look like. But I try to usually have my faces kind of have this sort of just, I guess, kind of my own personal jawline. Because that's what I'm familiar with. So it's got this, like, no, that's not quite right. It's rounded. It's a rounded and not super square, but a little bit. So there's the rounded jawline. Yes, I can send the link should be easy to access in the chat. It's !commissions. But I'll do that real quick. Oh. Thank you, Matt. You're much faster than I am. And we're kind of going for a cute merfolk vibe, right? So we're going to do some fun things with the ears. So instead of having human ears, we're going to take the basics of this human ears and sort of and make it a frilled ear instead. Yeah, heart-shaped. Yeah. Sketch so far in the Discord. Really? I'm so excited. I want to see. Oh my gosh! Lemon! That's looking amazing! Oh wow! I love it! Elf ears with frills, yes. So yeah, basically it's an elf ear with frills. So we've kind of got like just the ear like that, and then we kind of like Champion of the League seed and submission got approved, I think. So I want the full body. Yay! Yes! I cannot wait for the Champion of the League seed, and I cannot wait to draw Solar. I'm so excited! I don't know if I have, like, a good shorthand for this, but yeah, like, sort of, you kind of go like that. Definitely elf ears with frills. I'd say make an elf ear and then add a frill. And then I usually try to have, like, a line. Just, that's sort of my personal shorthand for ears. Have, like, a line. We're not gonna have this part of the ear right there. Because it's not really an ear, but this gives it a little bit of dimension. Just pretty much tracing over the lines I already made and just kind of making them a little bit more nuanced. It's not gonna be perfect. Just, yeah, trying to give it a little bit something of what I was going for more accurately. But then again, we're gonna add the frill, so I add the little bump over here. So, and because of that, I'm just gonna do a quick line to show like where the connection point will be. So, and then same with this. And then it's gonna go like that, and then the connection point will be there as well. And then the line will see, and then that line is sort of connected like that. So, and that's how I would draw the elf ear frills for this mermaid. Oh, Dan Vimes, thank you. I'm glad you like those ears. I'm going to pull up the other reference photo that we have. So this is definitely very nuanced and very cool, and I very much like it. I don't think we're gonna do this full frill type thing, but definitely these cute little ears. And I think we're also gonna add some gills. Let's add some gills, because we've been debating why they even have. So, gills are usually on, for at least in these types of... Yes, I'm sorry that we are not have yet to learn how to draw hands, Mango, but thank you so much for hanging out. I am very, very, very happy that you had fun drawing along with us today. I had a lot of fun having you here. If you want to post what you finished so far in the Discord, I would love to see it. You're awesome. Have a great night. Bye. Yes, some are on the neck and some are on the ribs. Yes, I've seen that. I think we're gonna do neck and possibly also on the ribs too. We'll see. But usually, I don't know. I'm not very versed in what gills look like. I usually just do a line that goes around, goes on like the neck sides, and then another like sort of squiggle line on the side of the neck to kind of give it that gill looking. This is very hard for me to talk because I'm hearing what I've said like 2 seconds ago in the bathroom, because I think one of my family members is watching me, and it's like an echo. I'm like, oh no. Did the other reference photo have a nose? Yes, had a nose. Okay. I was just curious if it had a nose or not. No, I'm not. I'm not. So you guys can hear the echo? Okay. I wasn't sure. It was very hard to focus. Okay. I think we're gonna do the nose next. No, I used to be so bad at noses, but noses are sort of like my new favorite thing. So usually, and noses like really help you figure out how the face looks. I love it. So I usually start with a line that goes from the brow line to about the middle of the eye, and then I sort of flare out the nose from there to try to get to like where the top of this would be, and then I bring the nose down like that, or even a little bit. There we go. I do the thing and then I immediately regret it. That's sort of how I draw noses. Or if you want to like sort of like show that it's pointed this direction, that's sort of how I've been drawing noses recently. Or like, and then on that side, sort of having the nostril be right there. That was really badly I'm really sorry that was really badly described. And there's also like, I've seen people have like a way to do it where they like do sort of a that type of thing, and then that type of thing, and then they just follow that line and then put the nostril right there. That's also another easy shorthand way of doing a nose. That's why nose has become my favorite, because they really like, the way that the face looked from here to now is like so different, and it just like transcended with the nose. Yay! Nico, that's so great! I'm impressed. Oh. I'm already impressed and I haven't even seen it. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. Mango! That's looking so good! You can see the movement. I love it! Oh my gosh. You can see the movement, Mango. I love it! Nico, that's also amazing! I'm very proud of yours. That's so... You guys are amazing! I'm looking in the Critique Art channel, and oh my god, you guys! Yay! You guys are phenomenal! Oh, well, thank you. I'm hoping to be a good teacher. I'm trying my best. All right. What was the eyebrow situation of the other mermaid? Ooh, they had those type of eyebrows. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that because it's fun. So, just like with horns, we're gonna kind of like flare out these eyebrows. Usually when it comes to like tieflings and stuff, I've kind of learned that usually the horns are like starting on the brow ridge, and we're gonna kind of do that with this like merfolk design. So the eyebrows for the other merfolk kind of like flared up like this. Into like this type of like interesting like eyebrow shape, but like also went like higher. So we're gonna start with like the basic eyebrows and kind of like, you know, those crazy mad scientist eyebrows that are super bushy and like kind of like flare up. That's sort of what we're going for here. Is Thassa? Nice. It's a very good reference. But a merfolk cannot be complete unless it has at least 2 flares, just like its tail. I don't know if I like that. There we go. Again, usually when you do these things, you're trying to make them on like at least the exact same plane. It's okay if it's not perfect, but you're trying to make it at least on the same plane. So we've got some cool like eyebrow decoration. Freaking, I love it. Love it. Add in some scales for fun. Understandable, Nico. Depending on what you guys are drawing with, you might not be able to add as many details as I am. I have the privilege of drawing on a tablet, so I can zoom in and zoom out as much as I want. But let's get to the eyes. I did some funky stuff. You guys don't have to do that if you don't want to. But generally, I think I did an eye tutorial a few streams ago. But usually what I do is I do sort of a curved arc like this, that as like the top lid, and then I do sort of my shorthand is to start with the iris, kind of like if it's looking this direction. So if it's looking, you think of an eye. Okay, actually, let's do this. You think of an eye as sort of like a circle, right? But you have an eyelid. So usually the eyelid covers up at least the very tip of the eye, but it's also not like straight, and it's not straight, and it's not fully curved like that. So, like that. It's kind of more of like an almond shape. And then you do the exact same thing with the lower one. That's kind of like the basic eye. And then you're kind of left with that type of shape. But usually this type of shape kind of makes it look like you're sad. So if you want to make it more emotive, you might want to make the almond shape like up a little bit higher. And then you still have the exact same like iris, but then again, you might like, instead of having that fully all the way across, you might just have it to the side and then uses the iris. At least this is how I draw it. I limited the reference uploads. I did not mean to. If that is true, I will, if you can only do one reference, when I email you, you can send me more. I can't fix that right now. But thank you for letting me know. I will fix that after the stream. Huh. I did not know it was set to only one. I will fix that. Thank you for letting me know. Oval and ovular Jason are most common. Yeah. Bodies are usually just circles on circles on circles. On ovals, on squishy ovals. Oh, I wasn't, okay. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention. Alright, I'll fix it. Maybe I'll fix it right now. Like snowmen. Yes, people are snowmen. And then usually, I'm gonna take my glasses off, don't freak out. Usually, like, so people have, like, this eyelid up here. That's usually can either be, like, shown with a line like this, or a lot of, like, with how kind of, like, anime does it, they sort of do a line like that to kind of, like, show, like, this portion of the eye, or, like, this portion of the eye, to kind of give, the eye a little bit more height, if that makes any sense. So that's what I've been, that's sort of what I've been doing recently. Is sort of to give the eye a bit more height. And then adding, like, sort of a line on the other side. Oh no! Yay! Ryan! I'm so excited to draw. I'm so excited to draw Solar full body. I'm so excited! Also, I'm sorry that your shoulder pain is flaring up again, Nico. Your drawing so far has looked freaking amazing. And I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Blown away. It does look great. And pretty much for the other eye, you do pretty much exactly the same thing. It's not too, like, the angle is not too, it's not too strange or too much of a different angle than the other eye to do too much different. Though I will say, put the starting, like, this portion of the eye closer to the nose than you probably think it should be. Don't touch the nose, but put it closer. But yeah, pretty much exactly the same shape. That direction. And then the iris, pretty much exactly the same shape. And then like that. The other eye is always going to look weird. And if you're using a digital program, you can just copy paste this eye to this eye to this side, but you don't always have to. Have a good rest of your day, Nico. Hopefully your shoulder stops hurting and you can get a good night's rest. Thanks for hanging out. Bye! I will. Thank you. Hopefully. Yes. Hopefully. And have a good time feeding yourself and your animals, Tells. See you in a bit. Bye. There we go. Oh, that is such a cute blep emote. I love it. I love it. And now to the mouth. What kind of the mouth really is like half the expression on a person. Ooh, have a good time eating chicken wings, Riker, please. That sounds delicious. But the mouth is pretty much like half of the expressions on a person. Not usually. Like, the eyes and the mouth are very important in the expressions, as well as the eyebrows, but usually it helps. Oh, nice. I mean, that's a good way to help anything, really. Just rerunning through Clear Skies episodes, Ryan. Pretty much, that's like the best way to do anything. I'm trying to open my chapstick. But I'm sweaty. I've been talking for a while. Actually, if everyone's heading out for a little bit, oh, Clockface! Clockface just got here. Hi, Clockface! Welcome to the stream! We're drawing a mermaid! I'm gonna make the mermaid happy, because I want to. I like drawing happy people. It's leaving. Well, everyone's taking a quick break, so I was thinking that I might also take a quick break at this point, since we're about halfway through the stream, to go use the bathroom and get some more water. But I don't have to. I will soon. But I think I'll finish this face first, at least. So, this is sort of, like, a technique that I thought of, this is sort of a technique that I've, like, learned from a lot of different people, but the lips is really came from watching Pub Draw with Babstar. Oh, thanks, Clockface. So, this is sort of just, like, the through line for the mouth, or like the line of action for the mouth. This is sort of like the top lip and sort of what the direction the mouth is gonna go in. So it's like, it's gonna be a nice chill smile. And then this is what I've kind of learned for the lips. I'm gonna have it, yes. But there's, so you just tilt up the mouth, sort of, you make a nice arc, and you have it sort of, you add two, like, end points at the end. But, to, like, tilt it up. And I kind of learned this trick from Babs. Babs draws people with, like, the most luxurious lips ever. And it took me a long time to figure out, like, if I actually liked people having luxurious lips. And I'm not a huge fan of it, but when there's, like, enough room, I, like, go ham for it, because I, like, why not, right? So usually I try to, like, have the lip sort of, like, follow the through line of the, top lip, of the top, like, this part of the mouth, and then, kind of, like, sort of in a, like, more of a this type of, shape, so it's not, like, perfectly like this, or, like, perfectly like that, more of a, like, putting these together as, like, a nice marriage of the two, and then having, like, the mouth be, like, here. Type of vibe. So, going, like, sometimes you don't always get it first time. I really like that. And then having, like, a small open mouth surrounded by the lips. So, taking, like, so, not, like, even, like, so here's, like, the through line of the lip, and then even cutting it off a little bit, and then connecting that part to that point with sort of, like, a straight line. And then adding a big, luxurious lip underneath it as well. Because this wouldn't really make sense too much for a mer person, because why would they breathe through the mouth? But fuck it, it's fun. It's cool, and I like it. So, that's what we're doing. So yeah. Learned kind of how to draw this type of mouth from Babs Tarr watching Pub Draw. So, 10 out of 10. She draws, like, the sexiest lips ever. Modonaut, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's great to have you. And that's sort of like the details of the face of this mermaid. What do you guys think? It's been 2 hours and we've only gotten this far, but I'm trying to break it down. I think maybe the last bit is gonna try to, like, I don't know, sort of, I guess maybe like Pub Draw, where we get to pretty much finish the sketch and then we, like, breeze through the rest of it. Probably. Hot Mermaid achieved. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And hopefully your mermaids are equally as hot. I fully expect them to be, but this has been very fun, because I've been not necessarily, I don't know how to put this. This has been great, but it's also been, like, super informative for myself, going over these basics. It's fun. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time with me. I'm having a very good time. I'm having a very, very good time. Hot mess. Yes! Hey, Dirk Leo, welcome to the stream! I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad you're able to stop by. It's great to have you. The framework is the hard part, at least for me. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I agree with that. Once you kind of, like, get the sketch down, it's a little bit easier to just, like, add the other stuff. So, I at least want to hopefully get to coloring real quick. At least basics coloring. Maybe we'll do another part to this at another time. I'm glad that you're here too. And also, Modonaut, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm actually thinking I'm going to take probably a very quick break. I feel bad because there's a whole bunch of new people here now, but I do need to use the restroom, and I think when we come back from the break, we're gonna continue. I'm just gonna quick clean up this, and then if I'm gonna add any new parts to this drawing, I will go over that. But just quick clean it up and It's okay, go grab a break. Yes, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and get some more water, and then I'll be back to keep drawing this mermaid, and I'm very excited. So yeah, everyone else, if you just sat down to watch it, don't feel like you have to go get up. But if you would like to, so, what was I going to say? Oh, right. So, get up, stretch, get some water, go get some food, and I will, time for Pua and plotting. I don't know if, I'll put Pua in the chair right before I end, but I am going to go to the, just be right back screen. So, I'll be back very shortly. See you all very soon. Probably only about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we'll continue to draw. Have a very good time on break. I'll grab Pua real quick, because Pua is very important. Pua is an integral part of the stream. Everyone loves Pua. This is Pua. Pua's watching you. Have a good break. Stretch. Pua's watching. I'm watching. See you guys very soon. Hello, everyone. I hope you are well. I hope you are well. And Pua, did they cause any harm, Pua? Did they do anything weird? I don't think they did. I think they stretched and took care of themselves. And I'm very proud of you for doing those things that Pua told me you just did. So hello, everyone. Welcome back. I see that Twitch has finally figured out how many viewers I have. Because I don't know why Twitch doesn't do this. Not us. Not at all. Being weird? Never. No. I believe you guys are great. You guys would never do anything weird. Well, I am back. I'm gonna tweet out my stream real quick. Back with foods. Yes. Eat your foods. Eat those foods. Gonna retweet my stream real quick. We just planned to rob a bank. We didn't rob a bank or anything. No, definitely. No robbing banks here. No one would ever. No one would ever. Yes, walking up and down stairs counts as stretching. As someone who sits in a chair all day, that counts as stretching. No one suspects, nor should anyone suspect Pua. So yeah. Just to get back into the instructional part of the drawing, I'm just kind of going over what we've done already and just sort of choosing what lines to show. So with the boobs, hey! You have not missed any requests. We're actually doing a draw-along tutorial stream today, so no requests today. The perp kept saying the pig made me do it. Pua would never. How could you? Pua would never. Yes, merfolk is good for mermay. But yeah, sort of just to get back into the swing of instructional drawing, I'm just kind of going over the lines that we've done already and just sort of accentuating the ones that I want to ink later. Meaning that, like, so just these things, I don't have to draw the entire boob when I'm inking, just like these lines of it, just to kind of accentuate that, yes, that is where the boob is. What? How dare you blame it on the pig? And I've sort of like learned while drawing this that the place where I placed the nipples is not very good. So we're gonna redo those nipples. This seems like the boobs are kind of like spread out in a way instead of like perking up. So actually the nipple is gonna be about there. Follow your art heart. And then the nipple for this is actually gonna be about here. I don't know how to explain why I know where that's where they go. And maybe I should figure that out. I don't know. But that is where the nipple should go. Can we draw with renip the nipple? Yes. Amethyst comes back out of the woodwork to talk about nipples. I love it. 10 out of 10. Also, welcome to the stream, Miranda. I don't think I said that. Welcome to the stream. How do I explain? How do I explain this is where the nipples go? It's just right. Well, technically, okay. If we're thinking about this, back to everyone's favorite, boobs! Yes. If we're thinking about it in terms of, like, 3D-ness, yes, technically, the nipples that I did previous to this are, like, in these, that are, like, the nipples that are in these areas, is technically, if they weren't protruding from the body, where the nipples would be. But because they're protruding from the body, they have to be up a little bit more, if that makes any sense. Like, thinking about it in the 3D sense, they have to move just a little bit more, because that's where... This is hard. Yeah, it does look related to the action line, for sure. Like, because it makes sense and it looks right. I'm glad. I'm trying to figure out this is a trick of, like, this is how to make a boob look good, and I can't. Because the boob meat pushes them out. Well said, Dan. Well said. They have to be lifted off the chest wall so this view look they look farther apart. Yes, exactly. Perspective and foreshortening. Yes. Technical terms, you guys helping me. You're helping me. Thank you. Everyone push your chest out and watch where your nips go. Exactly. Exactly. Just I mean, that's another thing. Drawing from reference, drawing from real life, and drawing from your own body helps so much. I cannot tell you how many times I've looked in a mirror and been like, okay, how does my face do this thing? Or how does my body move this way? How that works? And it really helps. And as someone with boobs, this is just right. And yeah, it because of like the 3D-ness, they like push out a little bit. So I got the basic idea, but because of that, there's a bit more curve to the body, so we have to curve the lines a little bit more. But do people not usually just stare at their own chest, Amethyst? Is that not how people work? Because, I mean, as an artist, that's a totally normal and justly fine thing to do. Yes. Why animators had mirrors by their easels. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you know, just like this. Sometimes you just need to make a quick check to see if they exist still. You just gotta check sometimes. Alright. So, to continue, I have Pua on my lap, and it's rather nice. Wait. What? I need to see this image. I need to see this image. That's exactly how artists are. Ready for Take Top season so I can stare at the boobage all day. Yes! Amethyst, yes! Alright. But back to this. So we're for the torso, the top of the torso portion, we're still going to be following the pentagon lines that we had before. Because those shouldn't have changed with the boob lines. Yep, I feel targeted. And they're bouncy. I mean, Amethyst, you just get me. You just get me. And then we're going to follow the line that we made for the middle portion as well. And then instead of having like instead of having this hard line like that, we're going to instead make it just a little bit slightly more curved. Just curve it out just a little bit. You can even like, yeah, add like a line there to kind of like show like, that's where the flesh kind of like intersects and makes a wrinkle. Oh, Jen, you guys are great. I think my music stopped. 1 second. Gotta go back to my lo-fi beats. They also provide sustenance for babies. You are correct. They're very important. And then, since I kind of like redid the through line a little bit, just to make it a little bit cleaner, we're gonna move the belly button to where I redid the through line. So like, you know, right there. Same sort of thing, right? You know, where I had it before, just move it slightly. Maybe a little bit more curved. And then, as I said before, the pelvis line is very important for mermaids because that kind of shows where the tail connects to the torso. So the pelvis line is starting right there because this is where like the hips start, and then it should, you know, connect like that, and then go down like that. It should honestly, the farthest down point should be where the through line goes. Honestly, I miss hugs too. I miss hugging my friends. Gosh, that's such a mood. So, and that's sort of like, this is where the tail will start. And then we kind of like just follow the lines that we did before. Just to clean up the sketch lines. But I actually think since we put gills up here, I think we should probably put some I think we're gonna add some scales that like go towards the through line. We're actually gonna use the through line in our piece, sort of like this, as we saw. Here's like the through line, and that's where like the scales go. So I think we're gonna do that because I think that's fun. So, oops. Nope, stop it. I keep misclicking things. Okay, so the gills should probably be like right here. We might, and we can do 2 on this side, but because of like the perspective on this side, we can only really do 1 there. And this should like go till about like, so we sort of made, I guess, I mean, to like pretty much the bottom of the pentagon. They should probably reach about the bottom of the pentagon. So we've got some gills. Method boobs. Yes, theater troops have to be so close because otherwise it's weird. I agree with that. I do agree with that. And then basically for the things that we're going to do with the through line, we're just going to like, the easiest thing to do is just sort of put lines like this that are just kind of like, give it sort of like the scaled effect. And then pretty much once you get down to the bottom, should mirror the pelvis line. And then once we get towards like this stuff, they'll probably have to, you know, go up rather than like continue to just like flare out. Because if it was continually flared out, then you'd be able to like easily just slice, and that's not how fish scales work. They kind of like go up again. I don't really know what to do for the boobs, so I'm gonna look at the scales on this reference image we got. Ah, the boob scales kind of go like that. I like it. So the boob scales follow the boob through line, this new boob through line that I did that kind of follows the nipple up towards the clavicle. So we're probably gonna just erase that one. Maybe add more to the boob just to make it easier to manipulate. And then this is gonna, these lines are gonna go up, kind of showing like how the boob like pushes up, pretty much. And I did it wrong over here. That's more accurate. You know, drawing, you sometimes just gotta feel it out. So, I'd suggest doing it from the nipple down first, and then making it sort of like arcs like that, rather than arcs like that. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, Ryan. It was great to have you, and if you decide to hang out later, I would love to have you, but please go rest your eyes. Bye! Oops. I can't wait to get started on your commission. It's going to be so much fun. I'm thinking that these scales are going to sort of follow our pentagon lines. Yeah, that would make the most sense, right? The scale should follow the pentagon lines? Yes. Yes, I like that. Good job. Good job, me. We're figuring this out together. We're figuring this out together. But now I don't really know what to do with the tops of the boobs. See, that is the issue. We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. I'm gonna do the fit now. Ooh. I'm actually really liking this. We're doing good, guys. Alright, and then the fin is just what we pretty much did before, just cementing the line that we actually really want to choose. Yes, boobs! We went over the boobs a little bit. I will go zoom in on the boobs once again. Also, welcome back to the stream, Tells. It's great to have you. Yeah, just going over the lines that we've already done, pretty much just cementing that these are the lines that we want to highlight when we ink. Or if you don't plan on inking, then highlight in general. I'm at a loss for the boob scales. Ooh, okay. So yeah, instead of having a nipple, it just kind of like, they kind of do that. That's interesting. So, from looking at the reference once again, instead of having a nipple, they kind of like do this thing where they like go up like that and sort of like a different, like a scale design. Even like a even cooler scale design. I'm all for this. This is awesome. There we go. And then it looks good when it like goes back. Ugh. And looks good when it goes back into so good. I feel like I'm kind of like doing like drawing like an Overwatch skin, like Symmetra's dragon Overwatch skin is look it up if you haven't looked it up, or find a reference image. I feel like this just this pattern kind of reminds me of that. Thanks, Tells. But I think we're gonna actually also add like a frill to the back of this mermaid. So to make it a little bit more sort of like this frill. So in order to create that frill, it's gonna be kind of like the frill of the ears. He has to take 7 pills with his dinner. Oh my goodness, Bo. Oh, Bobo. Poor baby. Bobo. What a good boy, though. Welcome back, Haku! Welcome back! How is D&D? Oh wait, the frill frills weren't there. Okay, so kind of like the frill for here, it kind of, so we kind of have to go through with the line from the pelvis line. And then we're gonna try to like frill it. Well, I guess we could. I sort of made it dip down and then go out again. This one kind of just goes out. But it kind of went like that. I'm trying to make, I guess I'm trying to make it more floaty, but you can do what you do, follow your art heart. But this is sort of like the portion of the frill that's spiky, and then the frill kind of like goes out like that again. So instead of going like over, it kind of dips down and yay, you survived! Yes, you survived. It was a roller coaster. In the end, we lost the battle and were captured, so we need to wait till next session to see. I fainted thrice this session. Oh no! Is this the one where you played the hot Furbolg? Because if so, oh no! And the frill kind of like goes down to here, so we've got a lot of room to work with. I'm actually gonna make the frill a little bit shorter. And the frill does have to connect to the tail once again, so don't forget that. It does have to connect to about the middle of the tail. Oh, this is where you want to play the gobbo. Oh no! Ferocity fainted? I would have been able to heal himself. Valid. Melba, welcome to the stream! Look at the lovely merfolk. Thank you! It does fainting ferocity, very true. Aw, thanks, Matt. I'm glad that you're having such a chill time. I'm trying to figure out how to draw a frill. I wish I could be more... I know this is an instructional stream, but this frill is going to be very difficult to do, so I'm going to figure it out real quick first. I didn't expect it to be so difficult, but I just can't get it the angle right. I'll just draw the through line first. That's kind of like what I want it to look like. Sort of follow the tail, but originate, get wider, and then go down. Oh, you're at 45k fairy dust? That's insane. That is insane, Haku. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I think it's gonna go out like that. And then maybe it has to go down and then like that. And then... Okay, I think I figured it out. Okay. Guys, I figured it out. So, at least for me, this is what I'm doing for the thrill. So, we're gonna break this down into shapes. It's gonna be kind of like how hair works. So, we originate from there and kind of do this motion, and then up, and then down. So sort of like just a shoop. And then from there, we kind of do a shoop that's more like that. So from a point on there, you're gonna make another like thorny thing, make a little thorn shape like that. And then from there, you're gonna do the exact opposite of what you just did. And then you're gonna make a thorn shape like that. And then from there, you kind of make 2 thorn shapes that kind of look like the edge of like a sushi. So like you got the sushi and then it kind of has like the thing that looks like that. Kind of like that, like the sushi tail. Time is my best ally. Time is the only resource you can't get back. Very true. Also, those awesome frills can go crazy, like imagine the bait. Oh, true. There's like a lot of beta fish frills. Oh my goodness. You guys are crazy. Ugh. So I guess that's sort of how I decided to do it. So, thorn, lots of thorn shapes connected is how I would say to draw the frill. And then these are usually like the bony parts, so you might want to just like add a line in there in your sketch to try to like understand how the anatomy of the frill kind of works. So, like, from that, it kind of looks like, you know, what a frill might look like. You know, also, it kind of doesn't. So, follow your art on the frill. Yes, go get some snacks. Man, you showing me all of these really cool beta fish art is just... I want to draw beta fish now. You're making me want to draw beta fish. But yeah, I guess we'll leave the frill at that. And then... now what? Yes, everyone go hydrate. Just continue to go over the lines that you enjoy in your piece. I guess that's sort of what for making it look less crowded and sketchy, I'd say go over the lines that you enjoy in your piece. That's sort of if you're like, yeah, I like the fact that that is how it looks, or I don't quite like that, maybe I'll like try to change a little bit. Just go over the lines and make sure you like how it looks. And if something doesn't look quite right, don't be afraid to try to change it. This is something that you are creating, so it should 100% be your prerogative. It is a dad joke, you are right, Matt. I just read it, and it made me sad. When I was a kid, I had a male beta, and then I made the mistake of putting a female in his bowl. Oh, she crushed her head into the pebbles at the bottom of the bowl trying... Oh, no. Betas are scary. Betas are beautiful, but terrifying fish. Alright, now we're gonna do the hair. I'm gonna be a little bit more, I'm gonna try to be a little bit more, helpful with the hair at this point. I am going to make the opacity a little bit less, though, for all of this stuff, because just so we can purely focus on the hair. So, beta fish are evil. I didn't know that when I was a kid. I'm like, they're so pretty, and it's like, don't even try to get a beta fish. Don't, like, beta fish are scary, and I'm like, geez, okay. They're called Siamese fighting fish for a reason. Betas, especially the males, are territorial and will attack other male betas. Listen always to the death is commonly believed, although it can cause serious injuries. I mean, fish don't have a lot of flesh and bone, so it could easily be to the death if they don't, you know, hold back. I really like this mouth. I'm just gonna, like, copy this mouth because I really like it. And then I'm just gonna erase it on the other layer so that it doesn't get too distracting. LH! Welcome to the stream! Everyone is doing great! Welcome, 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 everyone! How are you all doing today? It's good mouth. How's Bree and everyone today? I'm doing really well. We're drawing. I'm kind of going through how to draw a mermaid. At least how I would draw a mermaid. This is the point where we're just kind of cleaning it up, so not too much instruction of how to craft it. Just more of along the lines of choose the things that you enjoy about your choose the things that you enjoy about your art and accentuate it for you. Oh, for first time. Yes, worked and walked puppy and now get to relax. Yes, relax with us. Relax with us. I'm thank you for thinking I'm a good teacher for the first time. Yes, we are avoiding hands. Once we finish the hair, we'll go to the hands. How about that? How about and teaching 30 people all across the world? Aw, thanks. How about, I'll make you a deal. Once we finish the hair, which is my favorite part, we'll go to the hands, which is my least favorite part. Sound good? Sounds good. Alright, so, just like we started with the sketch of the hair, I'm going to start with the top of the hair because that's the fun part where it like flows up. Knife hands, pirate merfolk. Yeah. We'll just hand. Shing. Knife hand. Just draw a couple of fish who just happen to swim by and block the hands. Yes, that's what we'll do. I know it wasn't a dig, but I do think we should go over the hands. Peg hand, pirate mermaid. Have fun lurking, Tells, and please get some food. So, we, again, just like we were doing before, is kind of like going over the lines that we enjoyed. So, making it go up like this. And then bringing that line down as well. And then another fun part about this is crafting the hairline. So the hair parts in very interesting ways. When it's underwater, it kind of flows freely. Edwina Cutlass hands. Yes! Just here for coffee. You're fucking great. I love you. You're great. You make the bet. You just pop into chat just to say the most, like, poignant things, and I love it. I usually try to start when I'm crafting, like, the middle hair piece, like, the one, like, from either side, and then do the middle, because the middle, usually you don't draw the middle, because it kind of looks a little strange. So, drawing it from either side usually helps, and, yeah. Kind of, like, shows what, hair strands you want to show, because you don't want to show every hair strand, because it could kind of get, busy. So, just show the hair strands that you want to see. So, and then I'm going to take this, so this one kind of goes up like that, and then this one kind of is going to go to this hair, like, I don't know how to, this hair chunk, I will say. This hair chunk. And the hair chunk will gonna go back towards the head. I guess we're kind of making tentacles right now. We're making hair tentacles. Every hair, when you're creating it, is gonna be blobs and tentacle looking until you get to the inking part, is what I can tell you from experience. Tentacle hair. And so, when I was talking about the part earlier in the stream where, like, having the hairline kind of helps you figure out where the part is, usually the part is on, either side of the widow's peak. So to, like, either part this way or this way over the widow's peak. I've decided to part it this way over the widow's peak, meaning so this is the part of the hair. You can kind of see, because this kind of, like, all flows together, and this kind of, like, juts off to the other side. So that'd be the part. Ooh, eel hair like underwater Medusa would be cool. That would be cool. You guys are giving me super cool mermaid vibes. Just, I guess, for the rest of May, I think I'll just exclusively draw mermaids. That's all I will do. I will only draw mermaids. Thank you for this. Thank you for the link to just Gorgon hair. Oh my god, Gorgons are so cool. And again, you follow the lines that you enjoyed making when you were drawing your preliminary sketch. When you're doing your secondary sketch, follow the lines that you enjoyed from your preliminary sketch. That's sort of why I draw a whole bunch of different lines, is because then I'll have just a whole bunch of different lines to choose from that I really enjoyed, and usually that kind of, like, helps me figure out what I want to show. So, like, I like the fact, because, like, I liked this dip that I had over here, and then I kind of like that there was another dip over here, so I kind of added that. And I like that there is another, like, dip right here, because that kind of shows that there's, like, even more hair. There's even more hair that this wonderful person has. It's just floating around, and I think that's awesome. Can we call it mermaid? Yes, it could be. I don't know if we're actually going to do mermaid as all month. I would like to. I have some other ideas. There's another Clear Skies piece that I really, really want to do. I guess I'll tell you guys. It doesn't have to. Ooh, tentacle hair. That is awesome. That is a really cool image, Matt. But there is, I really want, because I just recently, let's just call it mermaid anyway. Exactly. We'll just call it mermaid anyway. But there is a piece that I really want to draw that's going to be, like, another poster level piece for Clear Skies. So it's going to take me a while, and once I do, it'll probably will be irrelevant, but it'll be cool nonetheless. I want to do a picture, for those of you that, aren't caught up with Clear Skies, cover your ears, because this is sort of a spoiler for the latest episode of Clear Skies. But I really want to draw a poster of just Radius walking through the jungle. I just, like the way that, where did I draw? I drew, like, a tiny little, like, thing of Radius. Oh my gosh, Dan Vimes, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for subscribing and being a part of this channel. You're great. I hope you guys have, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye! I hope to see you on stream soon. That would be wonderful. Can we get a mermaid, Jane swimming through around Incantation Ops? Ooh, that would be really fun. That would be very fun to do. I like that a lot, LH, actually. I might have to write that down. But yeah, I want to draw Radius, because I kind of like when the moment, I was drawing while I was watching Clear Skies, so the moment that, Aliza described her character, I just made like a quick like body sketch of Rudeus. I don't know where, like, I don't want to be like, I don't know if I want to open up my other tabs right now, but I did a quick body sketch. So I was like, because like it's a very like, she's like, I have a very like small torso and like really large bottom half, like thick thighs, and I was like, okay. And then like she said she had a crest, and I was like, Rudeus. So I like, just while I was drawing something else, I just did like a quick like, aha, Rudeus. And I was like, I want to draw her so bad just walking through the jungle. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I really want to draw that. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Yes! With the cane? Yes. Aliza's character. Her full name was Rudeus. That's why I said Rudeus. But yes, Ree. This is really intense. Solid crystal cane. Yes! This is really intense music. Why is it so intense? There we go. Back to just some cozy music. Yeah, I know. That episode was amazing. That episode was perfect. I loved it. The newest episode was absolutely phenomenal. Just follow the lines, and then if you follow the lines and you don't like it, just erase it. And that's pretty much how I draw hair. I just kind of make some squiggles and then in sort of like a floaty pattern, and then hope that I like it later. And at this moment, I do. But yeah, the part is the really important part for hair, because that kind of like shows you the direction that the hair is going. So it's usually on either side of the widow's peak. Whoa, I missed a lot. Yeah, crystal symbology was all over that episode. I want to know more. Like, the fact that, like, Eric just gave them, like, a map of, like, the ecology of the Shackleton Expanse was, like, mind-boggling. Oh, yeah, I can kind of see that just here for coffee. I can kind of see that. I went on a praise rant about that episode to John and JJ. Oh, really? Was that while I was gone? I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of you. Even millions out of the data installed. Yes, I know. I'm like, but I also want to know why Dr. Yada knows specifically that planet. Like, I want to know what Dr. Yada knows now, you know? Yeah, and then when you're doing, like, hair strands, make sure that it's coming from the hairline that you made before. Because if it doesn't, it kind of looks weird. And then any of the hair strands that you create on the top of your head, on the hairline, has to at least go into the hair a little bit. Or else it'll look kind of weak. Yada knows. Oh no, poor Puppo. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I know they were working with Jane to find a planet, but, like, Dr. Yada, like, seemed so, like, this, for sure, you know? I mean, I understand that there's, like, reasons that he could know, but it just feels suspicious, okay? The official Keanu Reeves. Thank you so much for following, and welcome to the stream! Thank you. Thank you, Keanu Reeves. They were working for planets in, like, the second episode, right? Yes, they were. Breathtaking. Yes! Had to do it. I don't blame you for doing it. Alright. Who's ready to do some hands, huh? I'm gonna get rid of all of this other stuff. Gonna get rid of all of these other layers just so we can focus solely on hands. Focus solely on hands. Who's ready? With his sudden catch these hands! Yes! With a sudden insight in the dispersion of the planet's ecology, I kind of expected Q to be involved. Exactly! Me too! Yada is a Q in dolphin form. That'd be great. Alright. Let's do some hands. Okay. So. I'm gonna do just like a quick... I'm gonna trace over these, but I'm not gonna trace over these and then put them in the picture. I'm gonna do it to kind of like describe how hands are supposed to work. But how... Oh, thanks. Thank you, the official Keanu Reeves. How hands are supposed to work, but maybe not how they're gonna work great for me, because I'm bad at hands. Yeah, exactly. Dark Leo, exactly. I know 2 of my emotes are hands. I had references for those. I do technically have references for this, too. Don't get on me for this. Okay. So, this hand is going to, it's going to be interesting. So, this is where the end of our forearm is going to be, pretty much. And this is where the wrist is. So, usually when it comes to that, it'll, like, the hand will jut out a little bit from there. Actually, I'm going to use a different color. So, the hand will jut out from there. And then it'll immediately go into the thumb area. It might be easier to, like, break this down into shapes, too. So, hands are weird. How do they work? Exactly. Witchcraft. So, the thumb will be kind of, like, a circle shape, and then it'll, like, have, like, a rectangle shape coming off of it. But if you're trying to have, like, a very specific, like, hand shape, you might want to also do sort of, like, the skeleton sketch. Usually, instead of, like, going right for the shapes, you might want to, like, do through lines for the hand as well. These are things to put in practice. I am not good at putting these in practice, but I know that they're supposed to work, so. I like witches. Oh, thanks, LH. I like witches, too. Hands are strange. So, and then, you know, when you're doing the sketch, make sure you follow the through lines of the hands that you want to create. Luckily, this one only has, like, a few fingers to deal with, so pretty choice. And then from there, the bottom of the circle you're going to do, you're going to make pretty much and then a sort of like a square, like that. So we've got, like, a square, and then a circle, and then a line. And then you're going to want to, like, pretty much from the top of that square to the through line, and then maybe, like, a little bit down from the through line, you're going to make a finger. But see, that doesn't look perfect. Like, that still looks kind of weird, right? And this is the part that always fucks me up, because I always forget about these things, is you're going to actually want to connect them. Like that. And see, now it actually looks like a decent hand. I always forget about that step. Never forget about that step. You're gonna want to, like, connect them with an arc, because sometimes you get like worried and you're like, I just want to get this hand over with, but no. So you're gonna try to like connect them like that. And the thumb should honestly be much shorter than your fingers. Another thing I struggle with. But like with this hand, this one actually honestly kind of dips down, and I don't like that. It makes me stressed. But yeah, it dips down, which is sad. Because this is the fingertip. And we hate fingertips here. But as you can see, you can usually always, like, if it were me drawing hands, I would probably leave it at this. Excuse me while I itch my eye real quick. I would probably leave it at this. But usually there's other fingers. So you kind of want to, with this angle, you probably wouldn't see many other fingers, so that's helpful. But it'll just be other lines that look discernible, and you're like, what the fuck, it's a hand. How the fuck is that a hand? Wow. There. Now it kind of looks like that hand. And you're like, wow, it looks like a hand. And I'm like, how did this happen? Guys. I mean, okay. I understand that it'd be easier to draw, but I'm not doing tentacle toes. Yeah, otherwise it looks like a weird diving platform. Very true. So that's sort of how that hand is gonna work. But we're gonna see if we can replicate this ourselves. So this will technically, that is technically how we're gonna want this hand to look like if I would just like copy and paste it there. That's technically how we're gonna want the hand to look like. But we're gonna try to draw it freehand. Let's do our best. So, I'm just going to highlight the very important parts of this. With a more concise lines. Okay. Wiggles toes in toe socks. I'll get tickled. Got not reference if I'm brave. I'm not brave. Don't. I'm not brave. When have I ever been brave? Alright. Let's do this. I'm actually gonna erase this knife because I think it might get in the way. Okay. So, we've got the weird rectangle. We've got the weird rectangle. And from there, we're gonna have the square. And then from there, we're gonna draw this circle. Yeah, at least the mermaid doesn't have to worry about feet or toes. And then from there, oh, I forgot to draw the through line. Don't forget to draw the through line. It's very important. Okay, and then okay, there's that. And then we've got our finger. I just kind of adopted the through line as the top of the finger, so whatever. And then we've got that. I actually think that. See, I can. I mean, it doesn't look horrible, but it's definitely not very good. Eh. Okay, and then we add the finger, and then the dip, and then the other finger. And then I'm gonna add just a little bit more flesh to the top of this hand. And then a little bit more flesh to the bottom of this hand. Okay. So, there. We got a hand. That looks kind of like a hand. It doesn't look exactly like a hand. It doesn't have as much nuance as this hand does, but we've got the shapes down. Giving them a... Wait, I haven't seen this. What? I was so worried about my... Oh, Jesus. What the fuck? Why? Why is that what it is? Right, next quick doodle. So that's sort of, I guess, the breaking down of the shapes of the hand. Hopefully that helped, because I talked myself through it. I don't know. That is one hand down. We did it. We've got one hand down. Now for the second hand. We're going to do the same thing we did before. We're going to trace over this one and break down the shapes. So, we need to shush. I'm getting withdrawal. Shush, 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 shush. Shush, 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 shush. Stop it, hands. Hopefully that helped. Shush, 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 shush. Sighs happily. Hands down the best mermaid hand this stream. Thank you, LH. I'll take it. Okay. So, again, we have this weird... We got the weird rectangle. And then we've got, instead of a square this time, we've got a more rhombus-looking shape. We've got a more rhombus-looking shape. But we still got that circle. We still got the bottom of the thumb circle. And then from there, we're going to draw the through lines. So, we want the thumb to be like that. But this is the hard part, because now we have a lot of fingers to deal with. So, we want at least the first finger to be like that. But then, we also have other fingers to deal with. So that means we also want another finger like this. And then another finger like this. See? Looks fucking janky, right? Brace is an algebra abomination. Thank you for the clip, Matt. And so, like that, we're gonna draw the thumb rectangle once again off the thing. But instead of just drawing like, oh, a nice like finger, we're gonna draw some weird triangles. So, like, from the, like, there's a triangle, like, the bottom of this finger is a triangle, and then it kind of, like, turns into a rectangle. And then we have to make it look all, like, good. It's hands. And then from that, we're gonna make another rectangle, and then another rectangle, equally, the knuckles have to be aligned, because that makes sense, and then we're going to triangle those to the connection point of the rhombus. And that's the hand. It looks so good here. It looks janky as fuck like this. Ah! So we're going to do what we did before. We're going to just... And then I'm gonna break down the shapes once again. See, this is where it would go if that was the hand that we just copy pasted, but it's not. So we're not gonna copy paste it as much as I would like to. We're not going to. Hands. There's too much whelm. I feel like that's like an insult now. I feel like that's just like an insult to my ability not to draw hands. Okay, so we're gonna break these down. So our weird rectangle, which is our wrist. And then we're gonna make a rhombus. And then we're gonna make a circle. Or an oval, right there. And then we're gonna draw the through lines. Up and curved like that. And then curved. And then follow that curved line. And then again, follow that curved line like that. And then, but those connect on this rhombus, because hands hate us. I've heard that many artists struggle with it. I know they do. I know they do. I feel like hands are just out to get artists. Because they make no goddamn sense. It's not fair. Okay. And then we're going, from here, we're going to just wonderfully draw our thumb area. Because thumbs are nice. We like thumbs now. Because they're the least difficult part of this hand. I want to do art, not learn anatomy, but you kind of have. I mean, yeah, you do have to learn anatomy if you want to draw, and it's so annoying. Hands don't make sense. And then we're gonna do a fun thing where we call making a triangle from this end of the rhombus to this end of the rhombus. Just like a triangle that kind of like goes right above this rhombus and then arcs down. And then from there we're going to make a slightly shorter, about the same size of the thumb, rectangle, but it'll look janky if it's just that. So we have to add just a nice little curve. And we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to add a diagonal topped rectangle down, and then another diagonal topped rectangle down. And once you get down to about the same height as the tip of this weird-ass triangle that we drew, you're going to just curve it down towards the end of the rhombus on both sides of those triangles. And then you're going to have fingers, and it's somehow going to make sense. So let's try it together. Let's try it one more time. We're going to... Doing it over and over like this will burn it into my memory. Yes, please try Mermaid if you want to. Haku, I'd love that. Starting to understand how Bob Ross's instructions got famous. If you're likening me to Bob Ross, that is the highest compliment, LH. Oh my gosh. Let's just marvel at the fact that I drew a mermaid and let's forget about the hands. I mean, this hand looks like a hand. It's fine. It looks like a hand. See, this land actually makes sense. This hand is like just a jumble of shapes. You haven't said happy accident yet. Oh, I haven't. That is true. Yeah, Bob Ross was both art streaming and ASMR before anyone else. Very true. The slapping the brush and then his giggle. God, I love Bob Ross. Okay. Why does that look like a hand and I hate it? Versus jumble of shapes. Alright. Well, let's do this together, shall we? Ahem. We start with our weird rectangle. Then we go into our slightly just off-kilter rhombus. And then we draw our oval, like this. And then we make sure to do the through lines, because that'll help us. Looking like a hand already, says no one. I know. I love that you can just like go to the Bob Ross Twitch channel and just like exist. It's nice. Okay, and then we are making our weird triangle. And then from there, we make our first finger. And then we connect it. First finger. Thumb. And then our second finger. Then our third. Then our third finger. And that is a hand, I guess. There's our hands, everyone. Looking like a hand already. Okay. Those are our two hands, everyone. And so I'm just going to, and then just like we did with the other things, we're going to just trace over it. We're gonna trace over the lines that we like. Ready to hand it in? Thank you, LH. Thank you. I'm gonna do this one first because I feel better about this one now than I did the other one because it's worse. So we trace over the things that we enjoy. So make sure when you're tracing it over, you try to accentuate the like not necessarily the shapeness, like the hard lines of it, but more like the curves of the hand. Let's give her a thank you, Leah. Because it has to look natural, and it's sad that it has to, but it has to. And there we go. So once you get like down with the shapes, that kind of looks like a hand. It kind of looks like a hand, guys. Now let's see if I can try to make this look like a hand, huh? Thanks, guys. So again, try to think about the curves. So this is actually technically a curve, and we don't see the thumb behind it. We just kind of see, like, that much of the thumb, pretty much. Ugh. And then we kind of just see, like, I guess that works. I know I didn't really explain how I was doing that, but, like, you follow the line, because the thumb has to be behind it, so you kind of have to go follow this line instead of, like, just drawing the thumb. And then there is... I hope you can kind of see what I've done. They're those are hands. I count those as hands. Ta-da! Now we've added hands to our mermaid. Hopefully that was informative. And if not, I'm sorry. This is every time I have to draw a hand, I basically have to go through this process, or I just kind of have to wing it. Motonot, thank you so much for that. Yes. You guys, I love all of these hand puns. Quite handily done. This looks rather handy to me. This knowledge has been handed down to us quite well. It was done digitally. Oh gosh, Dad. Press your hands together for these hand puns. Woo! Thank you guys. That was very useful. I'm glad that was useful. Don't be afraid to trace over things and figure out how and to break down those shapes, because it's really gonna help you. Thanks, Sky. I have to go through this process, or I have to wing it. Sounds like life in general. Because, like, you've seen me draw hands before. I kind of just go, like, hand. Oh, thank you, guys. I doing quite well. I very much appreciate this. I need, hands are hard, and I need some, I need some help. So, how often do you stream art, and what kind of tablet are you using? Motonot, I don't actually, I'm gonna call you Moto. I don't know how to pronounce the not. Is it Motonot or Motonot? I don't know. Motonot. I stream art every Saturday and Tuesday. Tuesdays are from 4 to 7 p.m. CST, and Saturdays are for 3 to 7 p.m. CST. So we only have a few, saying it right, great. So we only have technically, like, a few minutes left in, like, about 30 minutes left in this stream. So I stream on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and, the kind of tablet I'm using, as Matt so helpfully put in the chat, I'm using a Wacom Cintiq, and my program is Photoshop 2019, and I'm using Streamlabs to stream. So that's my setup. I'll show you guys my tablet real quick. This is what this is my setup. This is my stream. This is right here. Wacom Cintiq. So I'm drawing, like, right on the tablet. Yes, no problem. And yeah, I stream I stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Tuesdays and Saturdays are art streams, and Thursdays are game streams. Cintiqs are cool. They're very nice. Again, Tuesdays are from 4 to 7, and Saturdays are from 3 to 7 Central Standard Time. So yeah, that's when I stream. This is definitely more of a instructional stream. A lot of times when I stream, it's kind of less of an instructional stream unless someone, like, specifically asks me a question and we just kind of, like, hang out and chat. But this stream, I'm trying to be more instructional, because I got to I've gotten to 200 followers on Twitch recently, and I got to 500 followers on my Twitter recently. So I wanted to, no, Krita. So I wanted to do a stream that kind of, like, helped you guys kind of know what my process is. I feel like your teaching style is very hands-on. I was gonna say thank you, and then I was like, well, that was another joke. Draw a blob and then have an arrow pointing to it saying hand, and it's good. Exactly. Yeah, I'm just gonna go, like, the Animal Crossing route. That's a hand. That is a hand. Ooh, you've been watercoloring? Oh, please, 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 if you want to, please show a picture of what you're watercoloring. We have a Discord if you'd like to put it in the gallery in the Discord. or if you have a link to it some other way. I would love to see what you're watercoloring. I am not very good at watercoloring, so I am so blown away by anyone that is. Haku, oh my god, that is so many tabs. I can't say much about it, but that is a lot of tabs. Oh, it's your first watercolor? Well, congratulations! I still want to see it, but congratulations, that's awesome. The only, I guess it's not up right now. I had a triptych. That's like the only watercolor that I ever actually liked doing. It was of a building, and it was at like night, dusk, day. It was a triptych. Maybe I'll find it and post it online sometime. That's like that was like in high school, and that was like the only watercolor I ever liked of the ones that I done. Yeah. Yeah, though I think that was Jason who shared their first Diva sketch. New skill acquired! Yay! I'm just adding the, I'm currently just adding the scales right now to this. Okay. I have a question. What would you guys prefer watching? Me doing an ink of this, or doing, some coloring of this? What would you prefer? Since this is sort of like a pretty clean sketch, I could probably do some coloring with it. What do you guys think? Coloring or inking? Both? Okay. If I do both, I won't be able to chat. Like, I'll have to be either or both. Inking will be pretty much like just what I did, but I don't know how to describe it. Color. Maybe more fun. Alright, we'll do color. We'll do color. Because I think I can do more instructional with color than I can with, inking. Because inking is pretty much just exactly what I did with my secondary sketch, but just making it cleaner. With, like, only one line instead of, like, these sketchy lines. Because color theory is intense. Alright. We'll do color. Alright. So, the best way to do a color, which I don't always do this because I'm not always perfect at it, but I try to do a pretty good palette with it. A lot of the pictures that you guys have been giving me have like a lot of like pinks and blues and purples and stuff, so I think I'm gonna go with that type of palette. So if you really don't know what you want, finding like a set of like, I want a pink color, I want a pink-like color, a purple-like color, and a blue-like color, and then sort of, like, just, like, swatching those down, and if you have, like, a digital scape, you can easily, like, adjust the colors to make it Yay! I cannot wait! I cannot wait to look up tropical fish. Yeah! Also, color picking is totally valid if you want to find an image online and then just color pick from there. That's totally valid. But I usually try, like, you can also, like, adjust the colors, like, hues, saturations, and stuff that will like, change the color to, like, make it all look nice together. That's a trick that I usually use. If I, like, have, like, a kind of an idea of what I want. But I usually just, like, plop down colors. I usually just plop down colors and then adjust them to what the color I want. If you're using markers and stuff, that doesn't usually work super well. So using things that are on either using things that are on like the same size of the color wheel. Actually, let's see if I can pull up a color wheel real quick and sort of like explain it real fast. Sorry, I'm finding a color wheel. So let's actually pick from this color wheel. So it's usually pretty safe bet when you're picking colors to pick colors from like the same like sides of the color wheel instead of like going directional like this. So picking colors that are like on this half of the color wheel, sort of like what I did for this mermaid, or picking colors on this half of the color wheel would work, or, you know, this half or like this half usually works really well. If you're just looking for like warm colors, or like if you're looking for like pinks and blues and that type of stuff, you try to like pick out chunks of it from the color wheel, and that usually works pretty well. But if you also really want something that like really pops, like a pop art thing, or you want to choose like 2 or 3 colors, usually doing that is good for like, you're going to want to try to do blues and oranges or reds and greens, because those will really like pop out and make you actually visually look at it instead of like think of like it as sort of like a meld. So it really depends on what you want, but like going directional or choosing like chunks out of the color wheel is usually the safest bet when thinking of a color palette. So what I'm pretty much doing is choosing things that are basically on this half of the color wheel right here. I'm pretty much going with that one right now. So that's the very basics of how to choose colors. How long to mix the blue? Well, yeah, it's been not quite there yet to get the details in yet. I'm actually gonna look at it right now. I'm gonna look at it right now, Modonaut. Whoa! That's really amazing! I love the reflection of the moon, and that blue is amazing. I'm sure it took you a long time to mix, but man, is it worth it. And the wood? Gosh. I'm truly jealous of your skill with that. That's awesome. That is so cool. But let's start coloring real quick. Lots of YouTube and courage. That's really all you need when you start art, is just YouTube and courage. So I'm thinking that the main part of this body is going to be the blue. And we're going to like add a lot of stuff. So usually what I do is I start with a base color. I usually start with a base color. And kind of fill in the whole area that I think is going to be that color. Just the whole area that I think is going to have at least parts of this color in it. I'm going to just fill in. And it doesn't have to look pretty. It doesn't have to be within the lines if you don't want it to. You can go back and clean that up. You can always clean it up later. So yeah, pretty much just fill that up. And then the second thing I do is do pretty much the exact same thing but with a different color and fill in the things that I think are going to be mostly that color. Just figuring out the base colors, right, pretty much. And then you can also always, like, if you're going to add accents to things, you can go in and, like, add where you think the accents are going to go. And, like, maybe the tail, instead of actually being that deep blue, you're thinking it's going to be the lighter blue. And then maybe you think, hey, I'm going to, like, do some cool, like, color, like, gradients with this color. I'm going to, like, just add, like, a little bit of, like, a nod to that color gradient with this lighter blue. So sort of, like, so after you do the base colors, just kind of like pretty much sketching in where you think you want to add like the gradient colors, because you always want to work in gradients. Every 2 seconds, come back into this awesome pattern. Thank you. So Bob Ross mood. Once it comes to color, I feel like it's a very Bob Ross mood. Any new endeavor is just YouTube encourage. Very true. That version looks like a ball gown? Which version looks like a ball gown? Would have thought doing color this quick/rough to start and then refining. Yeah! So that's pretty much what I do. I just do color, quick, rough, sketching it out, because then it'll really help you get like the feel of what the piece that you want to create. And then, so we're probably going to do we're going to probably do an aerial mood. I'm thinking that there is a base color we haven't done yet, and that is the hair. And we have to pay homage to one of the most famous mermaids, Ariel, by having just like pure red hair. It probably won't become pure red hair, to be honest. It's also very important when you're coloring, if you're on a different layer, if you're doing digital, to do it on different layers so you can kind of just like sketch it in, because if you do it on the wrong layer, it's gonna be a huge hassle to move it around. The deep blue only color looked like a ball gown. Oh, cool. I love redheads. This is known. I mean, who doesn't love redheads? But make sure to color all of the... There we go. And so once you get the base colors in, you're also going to add, and then I'm just putting in all of the base colors of the colors that we've got. So I was thinking of having the pink as like accents, like, you know how like fish kind of have like these accent colors to their like scales and stuff. I was thinking of having this pink be like the accent colors. So just roughing in the pink like this. If you want to, you can change the size of your brush or change the size of your marker or whatever. I usually... Odds and ends! Welcome! You're here only a little late. Don't worry about it. We've got about 10 minutes left, but it might be a little bit longer, mainly just because I'm really enjoying teaching you guys. Think. But also don't forget, we do have the gills and stuff, and I'm also thinking that's going to be pink. I'll be blown away. Oh, thanks, LH. I'm just using pretty much the exact same color, the exact same size brush at the moment, because I'm lazy and I don't want to change it. But if that's difficult for you, please change your brush size or change to a different marker size or whatever you're using. Please do that. And a lot of times when you're using the palette, you use the same color for lots of different things. So like I'm using the pink for both like the scale accents, but I'm also kind of using it as the highlight color for the red hair, just to kind of like tie in the palette colors with everything. So sort of, you know, doing it that way. I feel like I should probably do some scales for the arms too, huh? I kind of ignored the arms. Maybe I should add highlight colors to the fin as well. Or maybe I could just do like some like stripes. Yeah, stripes. Yeah, just roughing in. That's sort of what I do. Just rough in those colors, so you can kind of see the composition that you're creating. Yay! I'm glad it was like you were here the whole time. That's great. So, yeah. Oh, and then I should probably add accent colors. The accent pink color to the fin. There we go. And that's sort of... At least that's how I begin coloring. That's sort of how I begin coloring. Get all the base colors down and the accent, like, choosing the palette and then putting all those colors onto the canvas. So now is the fun part. I get to now is the cleanup part. So like putting down the colors and like doing it super rough, you get sort of like the picture of it. Like, oh, I can kind of see how this is going to look now. And so the next thing I usually do, if it's like a person or I don't how to like if it's a person or something that has eyes, usually most things have eyes, I put in the eye color next because it kind of like it makes it look less flat. And I also add in the teeth color at the same time. And then, what color eyes do you think this mermaid should have? Should it be pink too? Should it be the same pink or a different pink? But I'm gonna talk. You guys think about that. I'm gonna talk about lip color real quick. Usually, what I do for lip color, unless they're wearing lipstick, I choose a light. I basically color pick the skin tone. I basically color pick the skin tone of what I'm drawing, and then do a lighter and a slightly lighter and slightly darker, and then do the lighter version on the top lip and the slightly darker version on the bottom lip. Ooh, the dark blue to pull from the body. I like that. I'm giving her slit pupils because I think that's fun. And then I do the eye shine, which I basically draw that over everything else. That's like usually the eye shine is the top layer, just so then like it goes over the lines and things. There we go. And usually if you're doing a flat, like, round pupil, I would take up the entire eye, that I've drawn usually, and, maybe just add, like, another, white speck. But since it's slit pupils, it kind of, like, helps accentuate the fact that it is like a 3D object. So it kind of, like, follows, it follows this type of line to make it a 3D object. But back to lips. So I usually just choose a slightly lighter color and put that as the lip color. That might be too slightly lighter. Okay, that's more slightly lighter. There we go. And I do that as the top lip color, and then I color pick the thing again and do the slightly darker as the bottom lip color. It's very subtle, but I think it accentuates it. And then I also usually to just make it look nice and glossy, I add some white specks to make it look nice and glossy. You have to tell Krita that you're the boss. You gotta tell Krita that you're the boss. And then, yeah. Okay. I'm kind of, I just realized how much I did in a very short period of time, and I'm kind of blown away by it. Oh man. Oh my goodness. And then if you're doing a full composition, just so I don't have to clean it up right now, I usually do a background color. And unless you're drawing on your piece of paper and not digitally, then don't worry about this too much. If you're going to do a background color, that's the first thing you do when you're drawing, when you're painting or drawing not digitally. What a mermaid. I know, right? What a mermaid. Oh man, this looks really cool. I'm very proud of this. So yeah, I usually do a background color, and that's usually like blues. So I usually do like a light blue to a dark blue gradient, because, you know, it's the ocean. So I usually do like a light blue to dark blue gradient, maybe not this light blue. There. Maybe even a darker blue so it doesn't blend in with the, there we go. You know what? It usually just helps give it a sense of, like, space. There we go. I like that. She looks like she defeats pirates on the weekend as a hobby. Yes! Yes! That's what I want her to do. Oh yeah, webbed fingers. That makes sense. Yeah. Definitely. So, definitely classic mermaid, but like with, it started out as a classic mermaid, and we kind of went like, definitely more merfolk, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's the eyebrows. Yeah, the eyebrows are pretty great. I love the eyebrows. Alright, but since we've got sort of just like this down, I'm gonna just go over again the basics of just adding another color element to it, and then we'll clean it up together. So, because I'm kind of getting impatient, as I am wont to do. So, we're gonna do shading now. And for those of you that have a tablet or using a digital program, this is my technique for that. For doing it not digitally, I'm not entirely sure. Using a light, if you're using a marker, using a light touch with a darker marker will probably give you the similar effect, but I can do this with like opacity and it'd be and I can change the opacity. So make sure when you're doing it with a marker, you have a light hand. You have the Crit Roll jelly way in the background. Yeah, I know, right? So the shading is the most important part because it talks about where the lighting is coming from. So because of the gradient that we've done, we've kind of like, the way that we've done the gradient, it kind of like shows where like the lightest point is and where the darkest point is. So we know that the light is going this direction. We know that the light is going that direction. So that helps us figure out where we're going to put our shadows. So we will put the shadows on like the underneath of on the underside of this wonderfully awesome mermaid. So everything that's kind of like the underside, or that won't probably get a lot of light shown on it, we like cover in this dark blue, in this very dark blue. This color that I use for shading, because I tried to choose either a very dark purple or a very dark blue. One of those two are usually the best bet for what you're looking for. So very dark purple or very dark blue. This is sort of kind of like more of a very dark teal, but very dark purple or blue because it's a cool color. Cool colors look more realistic as shadows versus if you're doing a warm color as a shadow. It's really not going to look like, if I did a dark red, it's not really going to look like a shadow, so you're going to need like a purple or a blue. You need those cool colors. The purple will give it more of like a warmth to the shadow, so maybe if you're doing something that's more like that's outside, or isn't in like a dark space but is just like a shadow as like a person standing in light, but because the light is like so just basically if like you're like outside in a sunny area, you're gonna want to go more dark purple. But if you're in more of like an enclosed space, or like in a cave or under the ocean, you're gonna want to go more dark blue, because that shows kind of like the coolness of the area that you're in rather than the warm sun. So that's why I went with the dark blue rather than the dark purple. So yeah. Exactly. Winter movie blue tint, summer movie yellow tint. Very much in that same thing. So very much in that same thinking. But I'm just doing it all in this one color right now, and then we're going to futz around with the opacity. I don't want to put too much on you right now. And then when you're shading the face, this is some very important tips. You're going to want to shade right under the nose, no matter if that's where the light is shining or not, because it gives the nose and the face more depth. So yeah, you're going to want to shade right under the nose, right under the lip, and right there on the nose. You're always going to want to shade those places. And usually you're going to want to shade like at least some part of the eyelid, because it'll give those like things that are more like sunken or into your face more depth. So you're always going to want to shade those. And depending on how harsh the lighting is, you're going to want to shade probably a bit more than that. And always, when you're shading the face, think more lumpy rather than like hard lines. Sunken. Because we're drawing a mermaid. Water is good and should be consumed. Yes, it is. Have you drank water today, Haku? Well, good. I'm glad you drank water. Okay. So that's sort of like the basics of where you should be shading. So, and if you're on, so you take the color and you just kind of go ham on all the places where you think it should be shaded, where the light would not necessarily reach those parts of the mermaid. And then, if you're on digital, you can do this really wonderful thing where you can change the opacity. And this is going to be your best friend for so many different things. So many different things. So if the opacity is at 100, you can change the opacity to be like, it is a very light shadow, it's a very harsh shadow, even a harsher shadow. You can change the opacity to what you want to do. I usually hover the opacity if it's like in a dark space or under the water. I usually try to hover the opacity around 50 to 60%. And then that kind of gives like a good sense of shadow. And then usually if I'm worried about how the it's gonna look too harsh, I go over the edges of it with a low, soft round pressure, opacity, and flow brush. And then I kind of like fade the edges a bit. To make it look more natural. I don't always do this because sometimes it's good to have harsh shadows, but usually when you're doing like water stuff, having harsh lines doesn't usually elevate the piece. As in, like, if you're like outdoors, it's pretty easy to it makes sense that some of the shadows would be harsh lines. At least when you're drawing, not in real life. Most shadows will kind of have this like this sort of need to be softer. So I kind of go over with a softer edge brush. If you're doing it on paper and pencil, I don't really know how that would work. But that's sort of what I do on digital. And then when it comes to highlights, I'm on pretty much the exact same color swatch. I'll move this over so you can kind of see. So I'm on this color swatch over here. This is my dark blue that I chose for my thing. I'm going to choose a now I'm going to choose a lighter blue. That's kind of like pretty much the opposite end of the spectrum. So a nice lighter blue, and that's going to be my highlight. So I pretty much do the exact same process, but I do it with a lighter color. So I choose the things that are going to be like, this is closer towards the source of light, so I add this as my highlight. And depending on how sometimes the body will work, the light will like curve with the body. So like I'm curving it with these scales a little bit. Usually the highlight goes on pretty much the exact opposite side of where the shadow went. And it's usually, like, more of a thin area rather than a very thick area like the, I actually don't know if this highlight's going to be that noticeable. I might have to actually make it a bit whiter. And for that, I just kind of adjust the hue and saturation, pretty much. And just make it lighter. And there we go. And then that's sort of like how I do the highlights and things. Highlights and shadows and base colors for my pieces. There's gonna, I'm going to probably add some more, another good rule of 3 for coloring, or not rule of 3, just another good rule for coloring. There's the highlights and the shadows and the base colors, but pretty much for every base color you're gonna need at least 3 colors. That you're gonna need the base color, a lighter color of that base color, and a darker color of that base color. Usually, that's not always the case. Like with this hair, I've got pretty much the hair kind of covered with the shadow that I've got, the base color, and the pink highlight. That's pretty much what I'm going to be doing. I might add maybe a darker red to it rather than just the shadow. That's to be seen. I'm not entirely sure. We're going to play around with that. But for the 2 blues, I'm going to need a darker blue and a lighter blue for the darker blue and the lighter blue for the skin color to kind of like accentuate the scales more. And I'm going to need a darker blue and a lighter blue for the darker blue because I'm going to also accentuate those scales. Thank you! Nice pastry! Thank you so much for following. Also, welcome to the stream. I hope you're enjoying yourself. And when I'm gonna come to the pink highlights, I'm also probably gonna use another darker pink and a lighter pink, just to accentuate the highlights of that thing. Having a darker and a lighter of all of the colors that you have will make it more 3-dimensional looking, and will really pop the colors. A lot of people don't really think about it. It's like, oh, you only need a few colors to really accentuate a color, like few colors to really make a piece. And I think this looks freaking awesome as it is so far. But it's gonna really be elevated by those lighter and darker colors of my base colors. So, yeah. And that's sort of how coloring works. I guess I'll do an example of the darker and lighter. I'll do that for the blues. Usually when you're going to do the darker and lighter, you might not want to do it with the shading over top, just because it'll probably take away from your color picking. So I will take this as my base color, and then I'll take my swatch. So I color pick, and then I take my swatch up here, and that'll be my darker color, and then I switch. I have a thing over here. Wait, no, come on. I have, like, the 2 different color. No. I have the 2 different colors over here that I can switch between. That's what I kind of click over here a lot for. Switch between the colors. This is my lighter color, and then I'm going to switch over here, and this is going to be my darker color. Well, not this color that is right there. But I'm going to switch, and then I'm going to color pick once again, and then choose a slightly darker color. And that'll be my slightly lighter and darker color of that. I'm much better at describing coloring than I am sketching. Probably because I more recently learned how to color than sketch, I guess. That's probably the reason. Alright. But, so what I'm going to do with this, it's kind of the same thing that I was doing with the pink. Is sort of like kind of like highlight the scales, the scale connections. And if it's not the correct color, you can always change the opacity. that will always, that's just why I tell you it's your best friend, because with everything that you're doing, it'll really help. So yeah, I'm kind of just accentuating the the connection of the scales. With the lighter color. And then with the darker color, I'm going to do a layer underneath this lighter color layer. And then I'm going to do pretty much the exact same lines, but underneath it. To sort of give it a more of a depth, you know? And then if you want both of those, if you don't like either of them and you want to just make it a little bit more subtle, you can always change both the opacity for both of them. It has to be the exact same opacity, because or then it's gonna look all like weird and layered. Yeah. I'm actually not sure if I like that. Maybe don't do what I just did. How about maybe not? I don't know where to put this darker color. Maybe under here? Let's try that. Yeah, the darker color definitely needs to be less dark. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Maybe instead of putting it under the lighter color, put it under on the other side of the tail. Put it on the side where I have put the put it under the pattern. See, blown away. Yeah, that looks a lot better. So you see, kind of the tail underneath it has more depth now because I've added 2 different colors. And then I'll put the darker color on the frill as well. It's a bit more of a depth now. And then we'll do that for this as well. We'll put the darker color on the bottoms of this. There we go. And then we're going to do that for the teal blue as well. Also, welcome back, LH. It's great to have you back. We've gotten to kind of the chill part of the stream. So I get to go for a lighter color, and then I go color pick once again, and I go for a darker color. Thanks, Haku. I really appreciate that. Mermaids! Okay, we're going to focus on the tail. So I'm going to put the lighter color going over it like this. Over it like so it's definitely more of a or I don't know, we'll see. Or I could put it on this side. That actually might be better. And then have the darker color on this side. Actually, I like that better. Okay, so we're gonna have the darker color on the inside. Sometimes you just gotta figure it out. You just gotta, like, you kind of just have to go with it. Sketch those colors. And sometimes the things that you choose you don't like super well. And the greatest thing with digital art is you can always change it. If you're painting, you can also pretty much always change it. Just by painting over it later. And I think that's beautiful. A lot of the time I like choose a color and then I kind of like change the opacity because I don't know. I always choose like too much of a color and I'm like, well, it kind of needs to be less of that color. Oh, thanks, Haku. Yeah, for those of you that are watching and are new to this channel, we actually have a Discord here at the Brigade. Where you can post the art that you created, and if you're drawing along with the stream, please post the art that you're drawing along in the gallery section in the Discord. We love seeing the art you're creating. We absolutely love it. Or if you're just creating any art that you like, please put it in the Discord. We want to see it and tell you how awesome it is because it's super awesome and you should know how awesome it is because it's super awesome and sometimes we're our own worst critics. So please join the Discord. We also have like a meme channel and it's pretty freaking hilarious. I'm now doing the same things I did with the blue scales to the teal scales up here. I'm adding the lighter color on the inside, and then I'm going to do the darker color on the outside. Same with on the boobs. I'm going to put the lighter color where the pink is kind of just underneath it, and then hope for the best, pretty much. And then I'm also going to put the lighter color for the teal on the arms on the lighter side, where the side that will be well, the top side, I guess, not necessarily the lighter side, the top side of the arms, kind of like that. And then I will put the darker color on this side of the scales. So like on the boobs, on the underneath the top of it, and then to the other things on the sides. And then the darker color is going to go on the more shaded side of the arm. Oh, my music stopped. But yeah, that's sort of what I mean about like having 3 different colors, because it gives it more of a depth to the colors that you're more depth to the piece that you're creating. I also usually, when it comes to like doing skin tone and stuff, I usually try to do the lighter color as sort of like a as an eyelid and nose highlight as well, to try to like, I don't know, make that more three-dimensional as well. But yeah. That's sort of a very, weren't able to finish it, but that is sort of, well, I mean, I guess we could keep working, but that is sort of the principles behind, that's sort of the principles behind how to color and draw, specifically a mermaid, but a lot of that stuff, a lot of the torso work, the head work, the hand work, and how to color things will really, hopefully, help you in drawing a lot of other amazing stuff. Are you in art school? I am not in art school. I have graduated, but I was a art major in college. Yes. Thinks it over. Hell yes. Wait, if so, do you know you can see far more of it in her comic, The Phoenix? Oh, Haku, thank you! It's definitely worth the read. It's amazing. Also available on Webtoons. Yes, it is. I will plug that right now. Also, Bree should draw more mermaids. I mean, I might actually. I kind of want to finish the centaur mermaid that Magnus made me do and post that for Mermaid as well. I also have, like, I've drawn a few mermaids. I'm just returned in time. This looks amazing. Thank you, Tells. But yeah, so hopefully, drawing through it, you kind of, hopefully watching this video or, like, drawing through it, you kind of can create a mermaid with me. I didn't get to the inking, but I guess I'll go over the inking real quick. Inking is pretty easy. It just requires a really steady hand, which many people might not have, and I completely understand if that's the case. I'm just gonna do that. I usually make the opacity lower for this type of stuff. So usually I'd choose like a very small pen, small brush, like 6, and then I just kind of like go over my secondary sketch. And so instead of like doing it sketchily, I just go over the secondary sketch and try to connect all of the lines that I want to be connected. Just one with fluid motions as much as possible. Inking takes a lot of confidence, especially if you're doing it traditionally and not especially if you're doing traditionally and not digitally. Oh my gosh! Official Shakira, thank you so much for following. It's great to have you. Welcome to the stream, and I hope you're enjoying yourself. Shakes hips into chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to see you. That's sort of the basics of inking. I believe in you guys that you're able to do this. It doesn't take too much work, other than just learning how to have a steady hand. Yes, I would love to hear about the random act of kindness someone bestowed on your mom today. Amethyst, that'd be great. I love hearing about people's good deeds. Fist bump. Yes, please. I really do want to hear about it. Yeah, inking is a lot of just going over the lines in your secondary sketch that you enjoy. Just like your preliminary sketch was like everything, no holds barred, and the secondary sketch was going over the lines in your preliminary sketch that you liked. Inking is going over the lines in your secondary sketch that you liked. So there's a lot less room for error because you've already drawn this stuff a whole bunch of different times. Even though it's very tedious and I get very bored with it very quickly, it definitely helps make it look cleaner, for sure. Maybe next stream I'll follow along properly. Oh, that's totally fine, Mel, but you don't have to follow along if you don't want to. You can also always watch the VOD if you would like. But I really appreciate that you're here. Done. I would like to see what you created. I figured out how to join the Discord. Yay! 5 ways! Congratulations! That's awesome! My mom decided to stop at the store after work to pick up one thing. Very in and out. She has a very recognizable car. Someone left a gift card on her windshield for $5 for our favorite local restaurant. No idea who it was from. Oh, that's so sweet! That is a very good deed. Thank you to whoever did that to your mom. That's awesome. I had to seriously snipe that gift card. It was so fast. Very true. That is so sweet. I'm so happy that they exist. That's awesome. But yeah, so that's sort of how sketching is done. That's sort of how line art is done. I don't know if that was very helpful. A lot of times when you think of line, it's just like you really gotta like, I guess when you're doing line art, drawing, if you're doing big lines, draw from your shoulder, and if you're doing short lines, draw from your wrist. Don't draw like this, what you do when you're sketching, draw like this, or like this. Very important. Yes, Melba, I cannot wait. Is it the Doctor Strange piece? Because if it is, I'm so excited. So excited. But yeah, so, we've gotten over the stream limit quite a bit, and I feel like I've touched on quite a lot of different things. If you guys want, before I finish this and post this on Twitter or something for Mermay, if you guys want on possibly yes, I do remember, Melba, of course I do. If you want on another Saturday stream or possibly on Tuesday, we can go over how to do some background elements if that is something you guys are interested in. We don't have to do that. I'm totally fine with leaving this piece as it is. I kind of want to add seaweed because I love seaweed. Kind of want to add seaweed and some light shinies from the above, but if you guys would like to learn how to do those types of things, please let me know. But I think even though this isn't a finished piece and I need to eat dinner, I love every tutorial by you. Okay. I could definitely make my streams a bit more tutorial based, but I don't want to make them too tutorial based because I feel like that might be a turnoff for some people, and I like just kind of drawing and hanging out with you guys. This was definitely more geared toward being way more tutorial based. But if you guys enjoyed it, I hope you guys enjoyed it because this was sort of like a new thing to try. Because I reached 500 followers on Twitter and 200 followers on Twitch because you guys are awesome, and I've gained a whole bunch of new followers this stream, and I'm so happy about it. But yeah. Oh, I'm so glad you guys had fun drawing along. If you guys want, you can always draw along with me. But yes, next, on Tuesday, we're going to be doing more busts and more quick doodles, and then the next stream after that, I think, is we're going to be doing some more fan art. Probably maybe doing a background tutorial, just maybe a quick one or something. Half of the stream, and then I'll actually, do quick doodles and stuff that stream. But oh, thank you guys. But this stream is very informative. Thank you. I'm very glad. Also, if I'm not doing like technically an tutorial stream or a draw along stream, if I do something that you guys are like, whoa, how the fuck did she do that? Or why the fuck are you doing this? Please ask me in chat because I want to articulate how I did it better. And I also want to help you learn how I did it, because I think that's really fun. But to kind of like circle back, I'm going to just do a quick plug, because Haku was so gracious to talk about my comic in chat. I have a comic. It's called The Phoenix. It is a sci-fi adventure comic about found family identity and humanity's place in the cosmos. It takes place in the galaxy. Takes place in our galaxy a few hundred years in the future. And it's do a jungle background tutorial, so that combines with the fan art. Yeah, I could probably do that. Learn how to teach people how to draw trees. You just spam my Discord for Catterday. I'm excited. Oh, Hells, thank you so much. Hells, you're awesome. But if you like drawing, if you like reading comics, please, read my comic. Gosh, I lost my train of thought. Read my comic. It is on Tapas, Webtoons, and my own website. There is a link in, there's a link in what F-Day just posted. There is a link that Haku posted earlier. I'll post a new link soon. A new page, one of my favorite pages that I've ever drawn, came out on Friday. It looks so freaking good, and I'm like, how did I do that? So, if you want to see a really cool looking page, and some really cool alien designs, check out the page that I just posted on Friday. I post a new page every Friday, so please check it out. Oh, that explains it. Happy Catterday! Yes! Also, if you liked the stream and liked watching me do this, I post all of my art in the Discord, so please join the Discord. And, all of the art I do on stream, I post in the Discord, and pretty much most of my art I also post on the Discord. But if you also, just want to possibly see my art just scrolling past you, please follow me on Twitter. I post all of my art on there as well as I announce when I go live on Twitch. And there's a whole bunch of polls about what you guys would like to see me do on stream on my Twitter. So please check out my Twitter and my Instagram. And if you are feeling generous, please donate to my Ko-fi. Donations, commissions, and Twitch are pretty much my only mode of income. So if you thinking about that, so if you liked what I drew today and would like me to draw something for you, I have my commissions open right now. You can pay me to draw whatever you want, pretty much. This would technically be a full-bodied, full-color commission, be about $50. So definitely check it out. Possibly because of the hands and the pose, it might be a bit more, but this is pretty much what a $50 commission would be. Possibly a little bit higher on the scale, mainly just because it's very detailed. But yeah. Twitch, commissions, and coffee are my main mode of income, so if you can donate to me and with commissions and get an art piece back, if you can subscribe to my channel, or if you can donate to me to my coffee, that would mean a lot. But you definitely don't have to. None of my content is behind a paywall. You can watch all of my content for free. You can join my Discord for free. You can see all my art for free. Everything is free. So only donate if you can and want to. Thank you so much for hanging out, Modonaut. It's so great to meet you, and I hope to see you on more streams. You guys are freaking awesome. You're freaking awesome. Also, another thing, that, is very exciting is we're getting a lot more viewers on my channel recently, which is so cool. Thank you so much for that. I could not do this without you. But because of that, we're getting closer and closer to becoming a partner. I stream enough, and I stream for long enough to qualify for partner. I just don't have the viewership, which is totally fine. But if you know anyone that you think would like this stream... Haku! Thank you so much for gifting us sub to Modonaut! Modonaut, welcome to the brigade! You have wings, you can fly now! Yay! Still got my spark. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do, Haku. Thank you so much for being the sub-sniper general. You're great. But if you... What was my train of thought? Oh! I'm gonna be a partner soon. So if you know anyone that would like this stream or have the ability to watch more of my streams, please do. Having a higher view account will help me get to partner, and you don't have to do anything other than just sit here and have a good time. So, you guys are awesome. Yeah, you deserve it. If only because you're making such a cool watercolor. You're awesome. Partner! Also, only 6 more to go. What? 6 more to go for what? What are we doing for 6 more to go? But yeah, we just hit about 20 average viewers in the last 30 days. We need 75 average viewers, so we're still quite a ways away from partner, but it's good to have your sights set, you know? It's good to have goals. So, always glad to help those views, even if I'm busy doing other things. Yes, please, I love lurkers. I love you guys so much. And when I see you pop in chat just for fun, 10 out of 10. You guys are great. Oh, for the 50 gift sub box, it's pink! Yes! I'm excited. I'm excited for you to have the 50 gift sub box. But, I've sat here kind of talking about my stuff, for a while. I don't want to bore you guys, because we just had a really nice stream, but, I just want to say thank you guys so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I could not do this without you guys. Over 200 followers on Twitch, over 500 followers on Twitter, constantly, boosting my stream viewership to help me get to partner. The brigade is the best, and I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being here. All of the new people, all of the regulars, all of you. You guys are why I keep doing this, and you guys are wonderful. So, thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Who should we raid today? Who should we raid today? Who? Suggesting Annabelle K. Annabelle K is great. She is also streaming art, as always. There's, yeah, Annabelle K. We've got Annabelle K. We've got Shelzy. We've got, GoJG playing Destiny. And, that's pretty much all I have right now. Who do you guys think out of, Shelzy and GoJG? Hands! Yay! We can also raid Shelzy, yep. Oh, guys, thank you guys. I mean, what would the sun be without their solar system, you know? What would the sun be without the solar system? I'm so glad, Tells. I'm so glad we could help brighten your not good day. You deserve it. Alright. You should have 10 minutes more. I'd have a new artist to suggest. Oh, wait, who's another, artist for 10 more minutes? Which one? Because if it's 10 more minutes, I might just sit here and ink for the rest 10 minutes. They won't be until 3 a.m. your time. Oh! I'm gonna sneeze again. Pardon. Oh, of course, Miranda. Thank you so much for being here all the time. Tea Time Jess. Oh, Tea Time Jess. Sure. Would you guys be down for that? To raid someone to raid Tea Time Jess with the Parasaurolophus emotes? We could make some new friends. If I sit on stream for a little bit longer. I think that's fun. Thank you for the blessings, guys. Oh! Heart of Handprints! I'd have you on mute, but still totally enjoying seeing this picture come together. Heart of Handprints, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Also, thank you so much for lurking this whole time. I love it. Sounds good to me. Alright, just hanging out and raiding someone who loved dinos as much as me. Great. Let's do it. New art streamer. Let's make new friends. I'll continue to ink for another 8 minutes. Fill the time up with something. But also, do you guys think, do you guys want to do a background, thing next Thursday, next Saturday, or do you want to have me finish this off stream and then post it on Twitter and in the Discord later? Totally up to you guys, because, both both are good options to me. There's not necessarily a time limit for this to be posted on Twitter like some of the other art that I do, so. I'm good with only drawing this on stream. Background Saturday? Cool. We'll do background. We'll do background on Saturday. It will be clear skies. We'll do clear skies art and also background of this. I think we can manage that. Because I have a clear skies piece I want to create before it gets too obscure. That's the word I was looking for. Yay! Yeah, I'm glad it sounds good to you guys. Also, just as another thing, also because of just like streaming stuff, if you haven't voted on my Twitter poll about what kind of games you'd like to see me play more of on stream, please do so. I'm looking for more feedback about what kind of games you guys would like me to play more of. So, please vote on the Twitter poll. Inking is just a lot of me making a line, saying it's horrible, and then redoing it. And I don't think that's ever how inking is gonna that's always gonna that's always how inking is going to be, I'm sad to say. I think this is about as steady as my hand can get. But like with every brushstroke. I think that's just kind of an artist mood of just kind of like, well, no, that's not, I don't want that to happen. No, not that one either. No, I don't think that one either. It's lesser than mine. That's why I have a much sketchier style. Understandable. You'll develop it over time, I promise. It also helps to like work on a much larger pad. Okay. I'm gonna get up close and personal with these boobs for the end of the stream. Just for you guys. Nice. I'm gonna redo this art once I get to watch the VOD. Oh, good. I'm very excited to see it. I'm honestly, also if anyone like has drawn along with the stream and is not in the Discord, that's totally fine. But if there's any way that I can see what you guys have created, I just want to see you guys be awesome. I just want to see you guys be so awesome. Oh, also, you can kind of, as you can see, I kind of did this without thinking. But I decided to draw the scales first instead of doing a smooth boob because I thought it would be probably more accurate to have some lumps in the scales, just because that's how they would like shink together. So I kind of like drew the scales instead of the boob line first to sort of make that happen. An extra tip just for you. A lemon was, oh my gosh. This is what we've been waiting for, a boob close-up. Yay! I'm excited. Honestly, probably watching this on the VOD would probably be very much easier, because then you wouldn't be trying to chat all the time. I can see how that would be difficult. And instead of doing also a smooth through line, I'm just kind of like wiggling it while I do it, because it makes it look a little bit more natural. Yes. That's what I was thinking you're talking about, Amethyst. Yeah, no, don't worry about doing clear lines if you don't want to. You can easily do that. I didn't start doing lines until the end, so you can easily do this in a lineless style if you want. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense, Amethyst. It's a very particular type of smut? What kind? I didn't know it was a particular type of smut. I thought it was any smut. Alright, it's 8:01. Has this person started streaming yet? Has Tea Time Jess started streaming yet? Because if so, I would love to meet her. I don't see them on yet. Oh, that's alright. We'll keep waiting. We're all coated with types of citrus fruit. Oh! Grapefruit, lemon, lime. I did not know that. I only heard about lemon. Elderly multiple gay smut equals lemon, apparently. Huh! I did not know that. There we go. Yours comes from My Little Pony fanfic. Understandable. Oh, please do. Please share. I want to learn everything about internet culture. No, I don't. I want to learn some things about internet culture. I feel like if I learned everything, I would die. It would all suck. Also, the blog I shared it from is an amazing artist if anyone wants to check them out. I found them on DeviantArt years ago. Well, I was a young warthog. I was a young warthog. Nice. Nice Lion King reference. This honestly looks pretty dang good. I was kind of worried about doing the line art over the coloring, but it looks freaking great. So, I mean, good job, me. It looks very dang good. Thank you, Tells. I really appreciate that. I love that we've kind of just like turned into this like very lo-fi chill part of the stream. Is Tea Time Jess on yet? I have a feeling I'll probably like finish this drawing and then she'll be done. She'll be ready. I feel like I'm following her, right? Yeah, I'm following her. So I'll know when she goes live. Gentle wind down time. Oh, thank you, Melba. I'm glad you like the magenta and blues. It's a very good color palette, and also very good, two very good dogs. I'm very excited to see it, Melba. I'm very, very excited. I will look at it once the stream is over. Yeah, it's gentle wind down time. It's a gentle wind down time. We've almost hit the 5-hour mark for streaming, which is quite a bit. More than I've ever streamed in a long time. Since my 6-month anniversary stream, which was really freaking fun. I had a lot of fun with it, but I haven't streamed. Oh, be sure to let me know when you read the thing, because yes. Really? Oh my gosh, I haven't yet read it. It's been on my list of things to do before I go to bed every night, and I always forget because I just like fall asleep dead. But I will read it. I will read it. I will. As opposed to aggressive. Hi, Daniel! Hi, Daniel! Thanks for popping in at the very end. Ugh. Stretch. We're streaming to make a new friend. Sup. I've drawn. I've been drawn, man. I'm drawing a really cool mermaid. I've been here the whole time. I know you have. I've looked in to see who's watching in the chat log thing, and so I know you've been here, but I'm glad that you've popped in to say hello at the very end. It's very sweet of you. Hello. This drawing looks so nice by now. Thank you! I mean, color really like, I don't know how, but color really elevates everything. Everything. Alright, I'm going to finish up finish up the line art for this piece. And if she's not streaming by the time we do this, we're going to raid Annabelle or Shelzy. One of the two. Yeah! Well, watching the VOD will definitely be worth it. Hopefully watching the VOD most times will be worth it. But, this one will definitely be worth it because it's a draw along, so you can kind of see my process. My hands are getting sweaty. I'm gonna put on my glove. Well, one of my 5. Also, drawing with a glove really helps the steady hand. If you're having trouble with it, buy a screen glove. Hot tips. Thanks for the tip. You're welcome. They look like this, and they sell them on Amazon. Just look up, like, drawing glove. That every VOD is worth it when Bree is not streaming, and I need to pick me up. I watch one for the streams I've not yet seen because it always brightens my day and makes me feel so much better. Aw, thank you! I'm really glad. I'm really glad that that is the case, F-Day. I sometimes worry that my VODs are boring because it's just drawing streams, but the fact that you enjoy them makes it all worth it. I will 100% I will avenge you, Amethyst. I will. I will do everything in my power to avenge you. Now I have to draw the hands. My arch nemesis! I have to draw the hands. Aww. Thank you, Tells. I think I mean, I get the every content creator's fear of, like, will people enjoy this? And I mean, like, I know you guys will because you guys are awesome and you're all here all the time, but sometimes I still get the fear of, like, will people even like this? And then you guys are here and I'm like, aw, thank you. Thank you for being here. I just stabbed myself in the neck with my pen. Worry that your VODs are boring because they're drawing streams. Has anyone mentioned you're an artist? I know I'm an artist, but, like, I don't know, some people just don't like sitting down to watching people draw. I'm kind of conscious about that, okay? Jeez. But, you know, sometimes with every content creator, I think there's always that fear of, like, will people even like this? And in my case, it does turn out that, yes, people will like this, and I'm blown away. Dun dun dun. The hands! She's a what? You can never be boring, but you have great engagement with the community while streaming, and you talk about the thing you're doing and the things you're watching, so never, your streams are always amazing. Oh, good. I always feel like I run out of things. I always feel like I run out of things to talk about, like, halfway through. I'm like, well, I've exhausted my, I've exhausted my knowledge of all things. Nothing else has ever happened. It's okay, Lemon. And gosh darn it, people like me. I was just joshing, Lemon. Just joshing. Alright, I think this marks the end of my inking. I think this marks the end of my inking. I will double check to see if this illustrious person that we're trying to raid has started streaming. But if not, I think we're going to raid either Shelzy or Annabelle. In the same way I go with my photography. Yeah. You just never know. Seem to be late today. Well, I do need to eat, but I waited for another extra 20 minutes. Hopefully next time, or some other time, we will go raid Tea Time Jess. But yes. But yes, sorry, I have to sage my eye. Eye itches just come out of the nowhere, you know? I suggest Annabelle? Alright, we'll raid Annabelle. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. Please go check out Tea Time Jess's channel. We weren't able to make a new friend today, but if you were able to, please go check that out after the stream. Also, that's true. Some people don't like to sit and watch people play video games. Very true. Oh, thank you guys. I had a really fun time. Get food. I'll get food. I'll get food. I promise. I won't even update this and put it in the Discord before I go get food. I'll go get food first. Just for you guys. Yeah, this is what we were able to get done today. So, hopefully you guys enjoyed this draw along stream. Hopefully the mermaids that you guys are creating are absolute, like, you guys are proud of them too, because I'm sure they're amazing. I can't wait to see them. And hopefully the things that I talked about on stream today helped you learn not just how to draw a mermaid, but how to draw kind of like the basics of things. So, yeah, I hope so. I hope that helped. I hope this stream was good. So, I think it was, but you know, but let's go raid Annabelle. She's probably gonna be done pretty soon, but let's go raid Annabelle. She's pretty awesome. So she's redesigning a character, so kind of like we were doing today. Let's do it. Let's do it. Yes, prepare the honks. Prepare the oh my gosh. Guys, she's drawing a mermaid too. Guys, she's drawing a mermaid too. We have to go raid her. She's drawing a mermaid. She's drawing a mermaid. Yes, we'll rewatch. Please do. Yeah, and the VOD will be up for forever. So, it'll be up as a VOD and will also be up as a highlight after a VOD. So, watch this if you would like to brush up on some basics and figure out how to draw a mermaid. So, please watch this, again, later. I highly recommend it. Yes. Yes! Alright, get your honks ready, everyone. Let's do this! Thank you all so much for hanging out. I had a freaking amazing time with you guys, and I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye! Rating in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.